Well, good evening to you. I'm Fox 26 meteorologist John Dawson. This is your midnight update on Hurricane Beryl. Just within the last hour or an hour ago, the National Hurricane Center upgraded Beryl to hurricane status with maximum sustained winds at 75 miles an hour and expected to keep that hurricane status into landfall and possibly even a hurricane as far north as Interstate 10. It is a little bit question as far as if those winds can keep them sustained. But from the National Hurricane Center, again, it does look like that's what they're estimating. Here is what Beryl looks like right now. It's beginning to really absorb in all of that warm water in the Gulf of Mexico. There's very little that's helping it to begin to strengthen. We're very fortunate that there's not a lot of time left before this system is over land. And once that center of circulation gets over land, it cannot keep strengthening and it will slowly begin to weaken and lose all of the threats that it's going to be bringing. But during the day on Sunday, we saw rounds of rain as several bands that were outstretched from the center moved through. That hit us hard when they came, but then it gave us some breaks. But then look what's happening now. There's just no breaks here. There's just intense rain after slightly less intense rain. It's just band after band, no breaks whatsoever. Lake Jackson, Freeport, that's really where we're beginning to see the start of what Beryl is going to be bringing in the rainfall. The winds will be worse closer in to the center itself when the eye begins to get more on land. So we haven't seen at least the powerful winds. We certainly have been beginning to see some of those measurements increase across the area, though, for sure. So our satellite imagery looking a little bit more lopsided, but still it's organized enough that it's a Category 1 hurricane. It is expected to be a Category 1 hurricane still around 7 o'clock in the morning. That's probably 4 to 5 hours after its landfall. And then when we see the track moving forward, we'll continue to see that it maintains some hurricane strength as it moves to the west side of Harris County. But by the time we get to the evening, we do expect it to be back down to a tropical storm with max winds about 45 miles an hour. And then when we get into tomorrow, it begins to weaken. So it'll slow down. So I got a lot of information on here. So let's just pause for a moment and kind of get caught up. If you can't read it, I'm going to kind of go through all this for you. We've got storm surge warnings for those folks along the coast. We have hurricane warnings for those folks near the coast, and especially where that landfall is going to be taking place in Matagorda or Brazoria County. Now, that is wind related. Same thing with the tropical storm warning. That's wind related. And if you're not under a hurricane warning, you're under a tropical storm warning because we're going to see those winds anywhere from 40 to 70 miles an hour, even further inland. We also have a flood watch because of all the rain that we're looking at. That is all of Southeast Texas. And then just near the coast, so our coastal counties, including Harris County, we do have a tornado watch, and that's just sort of to the east of where that landfall will also be taking place. So we're preparing for those strong winds. We're getting ready for the flooding to take place, and we're expecting some power loss. Here again is that imagery as we look to see what we're gonna find at this landfall. We've been seeing the hurricane hunters constantly flying this storm. You'll see how they go back and forth, trying to get right through the center. They're using their instruments where they drop from the airplane and they take measurements as they fall, the dropson. Those have been used to gather all that data. And it was the hurricane hunter information that really confirmed that it was, in fact, a hurricane. And really right now, we're beginning to see that rain make its way even further onshore. We've got, as said, the hurricane warning and also our tropical storm warning for our coastal counties. And then let's sort of dive into this a little bit closer. I was talking about if you're not under the hurricane warning, you're under the tropical storm warning. Well, we're kind of laying it out here for you. Sort of the brighter of the reds, or the oranges almost, is where we see the tropical storm warning. That's where the winds, and that's a big range of winds from 40 to 70 miles an hour. But that's what the definitions are of a tropical storm. So that's what those winds are expected. That eye is going to make its way from Matagorda Bay, probably end up going between Katy and downtown Houston. And as that eye kind of moves on through, or right over Katy, perhaps, as that eye moves on through, that
not quite there yet. However, if you're a resident who lives along the coast, it certainly feels like a hurricane's making landfall right now.
40, but all along the coast, though, those winds will be much stronger. Here's the
hit by the brighter. Here's an up close view from Brian Emfinger, who's once again right up on the shore, giving us a view of the storm surge, which is actually pretty significant in the Bay City area there. We've also got a really good view from Jordan Hall here from Surfside Beach of some of the waves kind of making it over the seawall there and coming on to the road as the storm continues to be more intense. Like, and honestly, some of the views that we've seen from this thing, from our storm chasers today, have been more than what I was expecting from a Category 1 landfall. This is pretty intense right now. Chris Hall's view continues to be, worthy of the washing machine comparison. Bryce Shelton up there in Bay City, also completely whiteout conditions. Max Archer is in. He's not in Oklahoma. What's up with Oklahoma, y'all? Bob Pack is in Bay City, Texas. So we've got, a couple different areas to keep an eye on here, but that looks like to me the hardest hit area right now, the area that's experiencing the strongest winds, is right there between Sargent, Cedar Lake, and Freeport. And that'll continue to be the case for the next little bit. And then we're going to see those stronger winds move up towards Lake Jackson, Angleton, Texas City, Galveston, that area. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I guess I can go ahead and do one of the questions that I could answer, which is what records did Beryl set? Because we've been hearing a lot about that it's, a record-breaking hurricane. So what records did it actually set? So I'll go through and read it. And yes, it's a lot. So Beryl is the easternmost hurricane to form in the tropical Atlantic Ocean in June. It beat the 1933 Trinidad hurricane. Um, Additionally, it became the earliest Category 4 hurricane on record in the Atlantic Basin, uh, surpassing the previous record set on July 8th by Hurricane Dennis in 2005. It was also the strongest June hurricane as measured by wind speed, surpassing a hurricane in 1957. It later became the earliest Category 5 hurricane on record, surpassing a record set on July 16th in 2005 by Hurricane Emily, as well as becoming the strongest July hurricane on record by wind speed. It also set the highest accumulated cyclone energy generated by a storm anytime before August. It also became the first tropical system to or on record to undergo rapid intensification in the main development region of the Atlantic during the month of June. Further, it intensified from tropical storm to Category 5 hurricane in only 42 hours. Six other storms on record have ever achieved that. Uh, and all of those occurred in September or later. So Beryl set a ton of records, and that is like, it's a lot. So
Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. I knew it broke a couple of records. I didn't know the list was that extensive. So really interesting stuff there, and hopefully not a sign of, hopefully like we talked earlier about this storm being kind of like a freak storm, like this is normally what you would say, like, oh, we'll probably we won't see something like that happen again in our lifetimes. But we know how the ocean heat content, there's so much of it right now. Main development region still very warm. The whole Enzo phase thing that we talked about in our video, there's a good chance that this is a precursor to what
all the way into our northern counties. We expected, right? So forecast still right on track. There's no big surprises here. And Dave, the hurricane hunters, they've been working overtime. They are in this storm non-stop. So they are up with us as well. We are keeping you safe. We're keeping you up to date. This is not the end of the world, but it is going to be a pretty strong doozy of a storm for us as we get into Monday morning. I really wanted to show the infrared satellite here. Wherever you see the black and the white in this blob, that indicates some of those biggest thunderstorms, the highest cloud tops, and we use this tool, and when we look for those colors on this map to kind of diagnose how the storm is doing health-wise. And the more of that black and white that you see in here, that indicates some of those bigger cloud tops, and you can see them circling, I mean, racing around the center. So that just goes along with what Dave says. This is a strengthening Category 1 hurricane. It's on our doorstep. It's running out of real estate to use to strengthen, but hey, we've still got another 2 or 3 hours more, so we could see us maybe get up to 85 miles per hour, maybe 90 miles per hour by the time it makes landfall. Bottom line, though, we are expecting, again, hurricane force winds for a good part of the area from the city and points south, coastal flooding from storm surge, rainwater flooding, tons of that, I think, is unfortunately in the cards for us to get in tomorrow morning, or rather later this morning. And then that enhanced tornado potential, especially for the areas shaded in red here. There is an active tornado watch in effect for the city of Houston, Montgomery, Liberty Chambers, Galveston, Brazoria, Matagorda, and Fort Bend counties. That goes till 10 o'clock in the morning, and it is a pronounced tornado threat as we get into tomorrow. Take Harris County, split it in half, go all the way down 288 and its areas to the east. The reason why it's these areas is because we expect the center of circulation to move along this line. And so it's areas on the dirty side, the east side of the storm, that will see the biggest tornado risk as we go through the day on Monday. So I want to back up to the winds. Let's talk about future track winds here. Just after landfall, 80, 90 mile an hour gusts, not out of the question for coastal Matagorda and Brazoria County. Look at this, though. The winds really start to ramp up. Galveston, 80 mile an hour gust, not out of the question. Hobby could see 60 mile per hour gusts. The storm moves north. Harris County, be prepared. 60, 70, 75 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts, not out of the question. Not widespread and likely, but not out of the question. So I do think down trees, down power lines, that's a possibility for us as we go through Monday morning. Some of us waking up without power, unfortunately, as we get into Monday. From there, the core of the system lifts north, takes all the heavy winds with it. Cleveland, Huntsville, Conroe, the Woodlands could see 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. and then things out of here. As fast as it arrived, it's gone. By tomorrow afternoon, we see clearing, sunshine, and much drier conditions, but it's going to be a doozy of a morning. There's landfall coming up here probably within the next hour or so. This model is running a little bit ahead of schedule, but the idea is the same. We expect the center to move over Matagorda County, kind of move up 288 here into Harris County. Tremendous amounts of rainfall on the north end of the eye wall, the center of the storm. The center moves over Harris County. Tremendous amounts of rain wrapping around the north and west side. And then look at that, by the mid-morning hours, drying out down towards the coast, even Harris County starting to dry things out. And yeah, we could get breaks of sunshine as we get to the afternoon. Heavy rain still in Huntsville through about midday. And then everyone starts to dry things out again as we get towards the second half of the day. So this storm is a fast mover, but the damage will be done in terms of wind and flooding. 6 to 10 inches on average in that swath, that purple swath, locally higher amounts. They gradually drop off to the east. They drastically drop off to the west. So again, this is the dirty side of the storm, and unfortunately, that is where we are. The good news, though, a big recovery. So it's a weather impact alert day for tomorrow. High temperatures in the 80s. Tuesday, I think it's a bone dry day. It's much drier. We go from 100% rain chance to today to bone dry weather as we get into Tuesday. Good for recovery, but the bad news here is that if we end up losing power, we've got a hot stretch coming up with high temperatures in the mid 90s, overnight temperatures upper 70s to around 80 degrees. So these are things that we got to keep in mind as we look ahead to the next few days. Hopefully we can get through this storm with just a few issues and not widespread problems. But right now it is looking like we're going to see widespread power outages and some flooding to deal with over the next few hours. Guys?
Yeah, Pat, I think you're right on with the power outage threat. I really think that's the biggest issue that we are facing inland. And one thing that I am noticing is that the wind gusts down on the coast that we're getting right now, and these are actual measurements, 45-mile-an-hour gust in Galveston, 54-mile-an-hour gust in Palacios. That's just about what the models that you've been showing all evening were suggesting would be happening around 1231. And so that's beginning to verify. And so that means we could see those hurricane force gusts into Harris County, Fort Bend County as we head into the middle of the morning. Matt Doherty has been down in Galveston all evening long. He's got his anemometer down there. He's standing out in the rain. Matt, where are you? What are the winds doing? What are you seeing in Galveston?
Okay, so we're a few blocks away from the San Luis Hotel. We're here on the seawall right now, and you can tell that these severe weather conditions have started to pick up now. You know, we're starting to be pelted by some of this rain, and those wind gusts that you're talking about, David, they're certainly being felt here. You know, it's that rain that, you know, when it picks up some speed and hits you, it starts to sting. Well, I'm in a lucky position because I've got my back to the wind. Brian Phillips, our photojournalist, isn't so lucky. He's getting hit right in the face. So I'm going to step out of the way, and you can get a look at what the water is doing right now, and you can see it's just it's angry tonight, like you described it earlier, David, and it seems like that water and the tide is coming up. I think you said earlier that the storm surge was going to be 5 foot plus here where we are on the seawall. I believe the seawall is built up to be 15 feet. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I don't believe that we're going to ever have a point where we're going to see any of those waves crashing over the top of the seawall where we are right now. But certainly these severe weather conditions are
worse situation if the storm took a slightly different path. I'm also thankful that we don't have, at least right now, we don't have anything immediately concerning behind this one. Hopefully we get a little while longer before we have to worry about that. But you guys who are experiencing this right now, that doesn't really matter to you. Like it's happening right now. We've got a very strong storm producing damaging winds and flooding rains in the Lake Jackson and Bay City area right now. Some of the moderate rain showers are moving into Houston at this moment. The real strong stuff is still to your south, but it's coming. It's coming. It's coming right up towards you. So keep that in mind. Another area that it's coming. It's Galveston. You guys in Needville and Manville also, it's knocking on your doors as well. Galveston, we're worried about the winds, obviously, but also the isolated tornado threat for the Galveston area might be something that we really have to pay attention to here. A couple pockets of rotation popping up here, and on top of that, we've got like a pretty isolated area of little supercells. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with those as they come onto shore. Those are usually the kind of storms that'll produce tropical tornadoes. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I saw another question in chat that I can answer. It was how are these storms named in the first place? So for the Atlantic Ocean area, the World Meteorological Organization kind of dictates what the names are. And in this case, we actually have the names already through 2029. So there is like a contest that kind of goes in. You can submit a name for it. It's for several years in the future. But what they do is they recycle the names. So unless a storm gets retired, the name will be used in, I think it's 6 or 7 years down the road, at least. But the way like a storm gets retired is it has to either be like record breaking, possibly barrel, or yeah, possibly barrel. It has to cause a lot of deaths and injuries, or it has to cause a lot of damage. Most of the retired names are ones that you would know. So, like Hurricane Ian, Hurricane Matthew, Hurricane Ike, Hurricane Katrina, all of those are retired names, meaning that name will never be used again. Funny enough, as people mention like Hurricane Katrina, everyone always thinks of the 2005 storm, but there was a lot of other Hurricane Katrinas actually. So, like well before 2005, because the name kept getting recycled. The ones before 2005 just didn't cause enough damage, deaths, and stuff to get like a retired name and say, this is what everyone's going to associate with Hurricane Katrina going forward. So we won't know for Beryl. But another thing is the names are rotating between a boy name and a girl name. So Alberto was the A name for this year. That's a boy name. Beryl is the girl name. C was Chris. So we had Tropical Storm Chris, a little tiny thing that happened like a week ago, that hit Mexico. It only existed for about 18 hours. That was the boy name. So the D name will be a girl name. So they rotate a boy, girl for everything. So that's kind of how tropical storms are named and hurricanes named. So there is a rhyme and reason to it. It's just it's kind of listed out well into the future.
Makes sense. Thank you, Elijah. Very interesting stuff. And also very good questions, y'all. This is, I think that probably for those of you who have asked those questions, probably more than just you are wondering that. So we've, hopefully we've enlightened you a little bit. I'm just, kind of in awe. Like I'm just watching these streams. Like this is like more intense than some of the than some of the stronger hurricanes that we've covered, just from what I'm looking at as far as the way it seems, at least. Just from the visual representation of the winds here. Maybe it's because it's dark and we're just seeing a little bit of the I don't know what it is, but like this seems like a Cat 2 hurricane to me. And we're not even there yet. We're not even in the thick of it. And Bryce Shelton's got somebody in a pretty sticky situation in front of him there in Bay City. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if that's a storm chaser or I don't know if they're trying to be over there or if they're stuck. But you can see there's a car in the water there, and it looks like the water's rising. Terrible driving conditions in Galveston or near Galveston. This is somewhere between Treasure Island and Galveston. This is where some of those really strong winds are moving into that area now. Oh, is that Reed? Is that Reed Timmer? It is. Of course it. Okay, so they are trying to be over there. He's trying to drive farther. You go, Reed. Go get him. Oh man. Reed, was it last year? Yeah, in the big hurricane last year, he lost the Dominator 4. But yeah, the Bryce Shelton here and Reed Timmer both in one of the the harder hit areas right now, or the most intense parts of the storm, right there near Bay City and more specifically Sargent and Cedar Lake and the Rugeley area. The conditions that we're experiencing down here are going to spread out and also be felt in places like Lane City, Danziger, Damon, Holiday Lakes, Bonnie, Danbury, Liverpool, Chocolate Bayou, Tiki Island, and Galveston here within the next little bit. Category 1, Hurricane Beryl, 80-mile-per-hour winds, is still a little bit offshore. It's not made landfall yet officially. We will let you know the moment that happens. This is crazy. I knew it was going to be a washing machine.
Still getting a heavy rain band coming across this area. So, look, Lake Jackson to Oyster Creek, Jones Creek, 288 and down to the coast and down to Bryan Beach, getting flooding now on the roads. Just as we've been saying, stay home. Don't get out on the roads anywhere in Southeast Texas. That's the first of many flood advisories to come overnight and through the morning. Leading edge of the rain shield now getting up into southern Harris County, Brookside Village to Hobby Airport to downtown, light rain. But once that rain arrives, the winds do begin to pick up. And so we're getting gusts 20 to 25 in here already in southern Harris County, stronger gusts, Alvin to League City. And then over towards Sugar Land, Richmond, Rosenberg, you're getting in on that leading edge of that first real solid rain band. So rain's falling now and wind gusts will begin to pick up. And again, Fort Bend County, it looks like you may see some wind gusts to hurricane force, to near hurricane force, as all this moves inland as we go into the morning hours. Forecast update from the Hurricane Center brings in the Cat 1. And by 7 a.m., still forecast to be a 75-mile-an-hour hurricane moving into southern Fort Bend County. So again, Fort Bend County, Harris County, likely to see hurricane force gusts. Those are gusts to 74 and above as the storm moves inland, and still a tropical storm all the way up through the Huntsville area and even north of that. And so this is going to do wind damage and power outage threat all the way across the area. Pat Calvin, we've been looking at this. So what have we got? We've got pressures that are dropping a little bit more in the last update. We've got the wind that's come up from 75 to now 80. It is a strengthening tropical system right at landfall.
Yeah, which is pretty much what we expected, right? So forecast still right on track. There's no big surprises here. And Dave, the hurricane hunters, They've been working overtime. They are in this storm non-stop. So they are up with us as well. We are keeping you safe. We're keeping you up to date. This is not the end of the world, but it is going to be a pretty strong doozy of a storm for us as we get into Monday morning. I really wanted to show the infrared satellite here. Wherever you see the black and the white in this blob, that indicates some of those biggest thunderstorms, the highest cloud tops, and we use this tool and when we look for those colors on this map to kind of diagnose how the storm is doing health-wise. And the more of that black and white that you see in here, that indicates some of those bigger cloud tops, and you can see them circling, I mean, racing around the center. So that just goes along with what Dave says. This is a strengthening Category 1 hurricane. It's on our doorstep. It's running out of real estate to use to strengthen. But hey, we've still got another 2 or 3 hours more, so we could see us maybe get up to 85 miles per hour, maybe 90 miles per hour by the time it makes landfall. Bottom line, though, we are expecting, again, hurricane force winds for a good part of the area from the city and points south, coastal flooding from storm surge, rainwater flooding, tons of that, I think, is unfortunately in the cards for us to get in tomorrow morning, or rather later this morning.
Is this right on the coast or a few miles inland? A lot of these guys are a few miles inland. And when I say a few miles, I mean a few miles, like 3 to, some of them are 10 miles inland, but they're essentially right on the coast. Yeah, it's slowly but surely coming onto shore. Sorry, but I mean, the closer it gets, the more it looks like it's slowing down even more.
W guys, plural.
And it's still, I mean, it's not impressive.
There's my flash. Yeah. That's
But I will say the neighborhoods are really starting to fill up.
And it's a long way from. I mean, all these streets right here get 3 to 4 pp.
Okay.
So it's really a long way away, but it can happen really fast once it starts. All it takes is 3 or 4 big waves to come crashing over,
and then it's all done.
Yeah.
Where's San Luis Pass?
San Luis it's about 12 miles to our
northeast.
East.
So that's surging like crazy right there. Why is it not surging here?
Because it probably has to fill up there first, but
it's coming. It's a big time.
You said surging like crazy. You say surging like crazy, but it hasn't even hit minor yet. Minor flood.
I mean, it's above 3 feet. It's 3 foot surge right now.
Yeah. Yeah, if you go down the highway right there by the store where we're on, you just keep going east, and you'll run into it.
To the in-cab audio from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold.
I've been in kind of the same 5 mile radius most of the time.
Yeah, same. I'm just kind of driving around Surfside and then
make a time.
It's not a whole. I mean, you can't exactly run a highway east east to west across here. So
Oh,
it's just
word.
like, you know, you pick a town, hang out for a little while, see what the eye's doing, and then if you want to make an eye run, then make an eye run.
Yeah.
Which is what we're gonna do. Normally I would just sit here because this is where it could be the bigger impact, but
I also want to see tornadoes tomorrow. So
yeah, I do think tomorrow afternoon tornadoes are going to be a thing, but I don't think they're going to be. Everybody's talking about tornadoes in the hurricane right now. I'm like,
no, God no, no. But tomorrow in
irrelevant.
Louisiana,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, it's a good tornado setup for tomorrow afternoon.
I'm thinking Bay City for I.
Think of Bay City.
Yep,
Go back to my hotel room.
pretty much.
Well, I came here thinking I was going to have to go back west, but I wanted to have the wind in my back when I made a drive because I've tried driving into the teeth of a hurricane before, and it's not fun.
That is
Slow
not
going.
fun. No, that is blinding.
Yep, but if it's
Michael, it's me again. You have better footage than the news. Please give a shout out to my wife, Angie, me, the kids, Angel, Jaden, Destiny, and Faith. Great coverage. Your team is awesome. Michael, thank you so much for the generosity. I'm glad that we could help. Honestly, as far as the coverage that we're able to provide today, we're doing our best. But I really do appreciate that, and I'm glad that we could help out. We're getting really close to having a fully flushed out. We don't have to mess with it for 2 years kind of setup. We're just not there yet. And like something always happens, and we have to go live right in the middle of a teardown or in the middle of a build. And it looks like we just
Hey Ron,
never
we
been
have
live
storm
before.
surge rapidly flowing in here right now. We're gonna have to reposition ourselves here in just a minute because we're right next to the water. But we have storm surge absolutely flying in here right now. This house is about to get overtaken by water, and unfortunately, I do think there's somebody in there. So.
All right, that was Chris. Meteorologist Andy Hill has something for us as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, Brian, I think our most pertinent storm here for waterspout is wrapping up rather quickly, right as it approaches land, and maybe experiencing some increased surface friction here that might be resulting in efficient rotation. And that's happening just southwest of Jamaica Beach, closer to what is this Half Moon Beach, Terramar Beach, and Sea Isle Beach, right in that area to the northeast of the San Luis Bridge there, or the San Luis Pass. So I think that waterspout, if it comes on shore, it looks like it's definitely trying to do it there and is rather tight. So I wouldn't be surprised with a tornado warning going to the north and west, right in that area there. These again shouldn't be long lived if there is a tornado there, and or if there is a waterspout there and it becomes a tornado as it goes on shore. Its mechanism for formation should not allow it to live that long. It's a rather short-lived thing. So hopefully that's what we see here if one does go through these beaches. Y'all watch out. No warning there yet. But if it continues to look like that and consolidate, I would consider taking shelter there if you're still there.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention over here to an area of concern as some of these spinning cells in this band that's coming in from the hurricane is moving over towards the area between Galveston and Treasure Island and the San Luis Pass. All of you guys, for this storm particularly, and for the couple of other storms that are going to be coming in afterwards, these right here, you got to be paying attention to not only the onset of some very strong winds, which we've seen through our storm chaser feeds, but also the very real chance of some isolated tornadoes. So, which can just add insult to injury in a situation like this. this is what she looks like right now.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Very close to landfall, but not quite there yet. That was Caleb. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, I just want to give a quick update. I'm currently in Freeport, Texas, and I am collecting some data actually here off of the Tempest weather station that we have on top of Hall Force 1. And it looks like we're sustaining wind speeds around 60 to 70 mile an hour right now. But the highest gust we've so far seen this evening is at 102. So definitely some damaging wind gusts happening.
All right. Thank you, Caleb. Once again, in Hall Force 1 out there giving us an update. Caleb's near Lake Jackson right now. So he's about to get in on some of the really strong wind gusts, that we were seeing in the chaser feed some moments ago. But it sounds like he's already experiencing some of those.
A second.
Very close to landfall, but not quite there yet. That was Caleb. Go ahead, Caleb. Yeah, Chris is in the thick of it there. So is Brett. Goth says, I want to thank you guys for always doing your best to help people. Shout out to my cat, Dr. Claw. She loves watching you too. Shout out to Dr. Claw. Thank you for being here.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. If you can hear me, when you get a chance, let me know.
I can hear you, Brad. You sound pretty good. Go ahead, Brad. I think this microphone got some good normalization.
Hey, we have still not made it quite to hurricane wind yet. We're probably hovering around the 50 to 60 mile per hour range right now. I have not seen much storm surge, but I've been watching the gauges from both north and south of us, and they are both going sky high with storm surge. So it is only a matter of time until Surfside is going to be completely engulfed in storm surge, and it's going to happen quick. Brandon Clement and I were just having a discussion on that. My plan right now is to once I start to see that surge come up, we've got to get out of here really quick because there are canals that line the highway to get back north. And I'm going to try to head towards the Lake Jackson area to escape some of that surge.
All right, sounds good. That was Brad Arnold. Andy, did you have something?
Yeah, Ryan. Unfortunately, that water spout that it did come on shore, and it has a bit of debris fallout actually. So it passed right over the area, to the best of my ability to tell, where the Galveston Island KOA Holiday is, and some of the neighborhood just to the east of that, along 6th Street, and the San Luis Pass Road. So I right in that area, I believe, just experienced a water spout that came on shore. There's a bit of debris still evident on the correlation coefficient that you can see on the scan from a minute and a half ago. So if you want to check that out, it looks like it's still going, and will go up the Chocolate Bay, and there are some buildings further up there. It looks like an industrial area. There's no warning on that either.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention back to an area that he was talking about several minutes ago. Concern for some rotation moving up into the Sea Isle and Point St. Louis areas, and it looks like, according to what we can see on radar here, that a tornado has maybe, or a water spout, briefly became a tornado over this thin stretch of land here, and has produced some damage or caused some damage there, evident on radar. That could continue to be a problem for us as it goes over towards Highway 203 and eventually Peterson Landing, Liverpool, Danbury. You guys have got to watch that very closely. That's actually for a tropical system, that's a pretty intense velocity signature right there as well. So certainly something to watch out for. No warning yet. I would say that I would be surprised if we didn't see one. But yeah, you've got some time. It's over water again. You've got a little bit of time here in Peterson Landing. Peterson Landing, consider taking shelter if you haven't already. And I think that we're going to see a couple more instances like that. I really do. We've been talking about it all evening. This area of turbulence. These storms are capable of producing tornadoes. They might be short-lived, but there's going to be a bunch of them, I think. And like they might happen over water mostly, I hope. But if they don't, we've got to be prepared for that. All right, looks like a lot of the storm chasers are starting to lose service. So we might be seeing a little bit more, significant kind of power outages now. We've lost Chris, we've lost Jordan, Max, and Freddie. And Brian. I think we've got a. Is this Reed again? We'll go back. Oh yeah. Brian's got an incredible view here. It's just a little choppy. Like once again, it looks like a lot of the cell service and stuff like that is starting to go in a lot of these areas. Hurricane warning extends well inland here. We're not even seeing much at all right now in places like El Campo and East Bernard, but some of this kind of stuff is on the way. Not necessarily storm surge in places like East Bernard, but the strong winds and the extremely heavy rain that's coming. It's knocking on your door. Something else I've got to build into this software is an automatic refresh whenever they freeze. I'm having to go through and like refresh all of them every time that they drop out completely. So y'all remind me of that. We're going to go to the in-cab audio for Freddie McKinney now momentarily.
Look at the wind on the side there. Might have to reposition if it looks like these poles are going to come down. I don't know how sturdy they are.
Yeah.
I don't like being like right next to where they fall.
Yeah.
Might even just reposition now just to just as like a safety precaution. Do not want to get
I do like
hit by a
facing
power
away
pole.
from the window,
like this.
but like how we were before, because then the wipers don't have to go. I don't know where the poles are even at.
Right over top of us.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not worried if they're over top.
Yeah,
I'm worried
yeah,
if
yeah.
we're sitting like that side of them. You know?
Right.
They're gonna fall downstream. Like it's gonna fall in their truck if it actually falls. So.
Wow. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah, it's going.
there we go. Now we're getting the big time eye wall conditions here. Only downhill from here.
Yeah, for real.
It's not even the most intense.
What he's saying is true. Let's listen in on Brad. Not much going on there. But essentially what's happening is things are just continuing to get more
Dang.
things are starting to get more intense here as our storms continue to grow. And look at those waves coming in on Brian's feed. That's crazy. If I'm not mistaken, that's Reed Timmer in the truck. And I think when we first pulled this feed up, that water was maybe a couple inches there, but we just saw it get to maybe over a foot for a moment as the waves are really starting to come in now near Bay City. Once again, more specifically near Sargent and Cedar Lake. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, just an update on that still unwarned tornado. It is still ongoing, passing right near some chemical plants here with a track toward the area in between Danbury and Liverpool, Texas here, to the south of Houston. So it looks like it's about to be finished off here, but it has persisted as a small tornado here for a while and does actually have some really deep correlation coefficient values there. Hopefully toward the end of its life here as it remains unwarned. So y'all watch out in between the Danbury, Liverpool, Texas area as we've been covering this tornado for about 20 minutes now as it came on shore.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. And for those of you who may just now be tuning in, we have obviously been, dealing with a tropical system here. We've been talking about the storm surge, the hurricane force winds and stuff, but we've also had a couple tornado warnings, and now we've had a couple of tornadoes. This most recent one, there was no warning. Hopefully it's over now and we don't need one as it continues to, point towards the general direction of Danbury and Liverpool. But that's just an indication of like how important it is to be hyper weather aware in situations like this. Make sure you understand what you're going to do if a tornado situation is unfolding for your area, and understand that it can happen very quickly and maybe sometimes with little warning. So especially in a situation like this where we've got these kinds of storms, you see these little, I don't know how that keeps happening, but you see these little beans here baked into our band that's moving on to shore. Like those are the kinds of storms that we've got to watch very closely for the potential for some waterspouts and tornadoes moving up there towards Galveston. Okay, y'all get ready. Houston, Texas, it's starting to rain a little bit harder now on the southern side of town. The winds are starting to pick up, but nowhere near what's eventually going to be happening here over the next little bit. So Houston, everybody's asleep probably. When y'all wake up, things will start getting pretty gnarly. Let's see. What am I doing? Live view from Bay City, Texas, as storm surge continues to come up over the road there. And we'll get some more in-car audio from Freddie real quick.
Dude, I kind of wonder what that location where, where like the big transformers and stuff we were at.
Yeah, true.
Dude, that's gonna light up like a Christmas tree.
Really don't like that light. Flashlight is anxiety driving. People are not liking the light.
Andrew's about to break out the mellow yellow. Big time stream lag? What do you mean lag?
Houston does not sleep. Okay. Well, you guys are you could be asleep right now and resting up for the big storm. I made the mistake of waking up at a normal time this morning. Reed said his truck isn't shifting. I'm telling you guys, he wants that to happen. He's having a blast out there. The water does look like it's getting quite a bit higher though where he is. So like Brad was talking about earlier, the storm surge is going to come in, and it's going to come in really quickly. And we're probably about to see the onset of the more significant storm surge.
Hey,
right
Ryan,
here in a moment.
it's Chris. I don't know if you can hear this or even hear me right now, but we're sustained well over 80 miles an hour. We've had gusts well over 100. We have power poles that are shooting flames out. Somebody is walking in the middle of the road in front of us right now and can barely stand up. Power flash there. But yeah, this is what's going on at my current location. Yeah.
An incredible report from Chris Hall there, and there was a lot of curveballs, lots of interesting information. But yeah, like it sounds like a pretty crazy situation out there in this Category 1 Hurricane Beryl. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Next area of interest here with our tornadic waterspouts is it appears to be rather active here. Very healthy looking mini supercell coming onshore directly towards Jamaica Beach in the next 3 or 4 minutes. This newest scan that I just got in does look like it is still a broad circulation, but one that looks like it will really quickly consolidate, I think. So I'm watching that one. And then this, I think it's really this band right here, right where Jamaica Beach is. That's going to harbor quite a few more instances of this. But this seems like this northern line that produced our previous unwarned tornado is going to have the most significant tornadic supercells here at the moment. So Jamaica Beach, y'all watch out. This previous tornado went completely unwarned. Does look like it's finally done as it passed in between Liverpool and Danbury, Texas. So Jamaica Beach and surrounding beaches right immediately next to them should be ready for a possible waterspout coming on shore here. It has not formed yet to the best of my ability to tell, but could form very quickly right as it gets to land.
Thank you very much, Andy, for that. I've got the radar zoomed in on that. This area right here is honestly, I mean, every time we look over here, it looks a little bit more concerning as far as the setup for potential, water spouts and tornadoes. So Galveston, that's coming over there towards you eventually. Treasure Island, right now, Jamaica Beach, all the way up towards, places between Treasure Island and Galveston. What am I looking for? Copy, paste. Okay. All right. So yeah, we've got potentially a couple of tornado warnings maybe about to come out here. So we will let you know the moment that happens. But even if it doesn't happen, I would be prepared for the worst potentially here near Treasure Island, over up towards Tiki Island and Galveston as well. Additionally, we're continuing to watch the storm that produced a tornado already, as it comes up towards Liverpool, goes past Danbury and Chocolate Bayou. No longer showing as impressive of a rotation signature, but still something to watch here, as these storms are also eventually going to be going up towards the greater Houston area. Center of circulation with our hurricane is still not over land.
Hey,
So we
Ryan,
do
let me
not
know
have
when you get a
land.
second. It's Brad.
Let's talk to Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, so this is probably gonna be stupid, but what we're doing. But I'm gonna stay in Surfside Beach. If for whatever reason I lose communication or something like that, just wanted to let you know there is a bridge I can fall back to at any time. So if I lose communication, I've got an exit path, but looking at 4 to 7 feet of storm surge right here. So gonna get up here, and then as soon as the surge hits, we're gonna get on the bridge. We should be in the eastern eye wall for a long duration.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Where it's kind of stalled over the ocean here, right as it hits the beach. The eastern eye wall is going to sustain itself for a pretty long time over here in the area between the Matagorda Bay and Treasure Island and Galveston. So you guys are going to be in the thick of it for quite some time, I think. Oh, we got Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1 with the Bucky's shot. Is that right? Is that Bucky's? I can't really see yeah, it is, right? I don't know. The only Bucky's I've ever been to was like the size of an airport. So that's kind of throwing me off. Caleb's location, by the way, near Oyster Creek.
Ryan, I hope you can hear me. We're on top of the bridge. It goes pretty high. We got winds in well in excess of 80, 90 miles per hour way up here on the bridge with power flashes all around us.
We heard you loud and clear, Brad. Intense winds coming in from Brad Arnold's location now. Power flashes all around him. We've seen power flashes come from several of these different vantage points here. So, you know, things are definitely continuing to deteriorate. And I think that honestly, what we're seeing now might not even be the most intense winds that we
Hey,
deal
Ryan,
with
I
in
don't know
the
if you
storm.
can hear me or not, but we're getting gusts well over 100 here where we're at Sargent. Well over 100. It's rocking the car back and forth. We're watching surge absolutely pour over this road right now.
All right, so that was Chris. I want to try to get him back on here. It's we still haven't gotten an update from his feed, but you can see that the winds are picking up pretty much everywhere, including over here near Galveston, which is where Brett Adair is. Not in Galveston, but close.
Holy crap.
Big time. Might even have to point to the wind at some point.
Jeez, man, this is going nuts right here. Wow.
If it gets strong enough, we might have to point to the wind.
Oh my gosh. I might get back out.
Get back out?
I might do it, man.
Dude, this is nuts. Oh!
Bro, it's getting out of here.
Or maybe he's just like angling more into the wind. Wow. I bet the Forerunner's just wobbling right
Dude,
now.
the Forerunner's probably going nuts.
Probably getting some deja vu.
Poor deal.
Wow, just like it's crazy.
Honestly, by almost every metric, this has
Wow.
been so far more, I guess, more impressive than what I was expecting as far as just the sustained wind speeds go. And from what you can actually see from our storm chasers, and the interesting thing is, we saw a lot of stuff happen with this initial band. We are now in this band of strong, precipitation and wind that's coming through. Theoretically, this one should be it should be even stronger. So, this might contain winds of over 100 miles per hour, at least wind gusts, as it comes up into the Cedar Lake area and Lake Jackson area over the next little bit. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, still tracking that next tornado that was occurring, or that is now occurring and has been, that passed through the south area, just southwest of Jamaica Beach, and passed over Treasure Island there. Now it's going inland. It remained over unpopulated areas for a while. I just about bet this is producing a tornado as well due to its tight signature, despite the lack of correlation coefficient this time. So hopefully it didn't hit anything. However, this unwarned circulation is passing straight toward multiple RV parks. That it looks like RV parks to me, and also maybe a mobile home community right along Road 2917 into Chocolate Springs, which is just northeast of Liverpool in Texas, right? Like right in that same area within a mile. So it looks like it's going to, if it continues like the other one did for quite some time, it will go right up that road, and possibly impact some RV resorts unwarned at this point. So we're always in these situations. We find ourselves in these situations quite often, and I wish there was more we could do to get the word out to that, those people along that road and those RV resorts right in that area. So hopefully, Chocolate Springs and areas, to the southeast, all along those roads there, I see plenty of houses with those RV resorts, can get some word out that this is coming their way in the next 10 to 15 minutes, right about there. So St. Ives RV Resort, Double Time RV, and areas along that same road into Chocolate Springs. I'm talking about you guys in Texas.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Just to kind of reiterate once again, I think everybody that is in line to receive this band as it comes ashore should be paying extra close attention to the weather. We've seen this thing produce a tornado already, according to what we could tell on radar, and there was no warning. So you've got to pay attention, and you've got to be hyper weather aware, and just go ahead and know what you're going to do if a warning comes through, or if for whatever reason you understand that there's a significant danger unfolding, and you've just got to do something, figure out what that is now, so you're not panicked in a situation where it's you've got to think fast. So yeah, tornado threats increasing over here in between Treasure Island, Galveston, Texas City, maybe even over towards Liverpool, Santa Fe, Hitchcock, that area. The storm surge and extreme wind, or at least excessive wind threat is increasing, I would say, between Cedar Lake and Freeport. You guys have already seen some really strong winds. I think that we're probably going to see more as the storm gets closer. We're also going to see some pretty big storm surge here, especially in the East Matagorda Bay area over towards Lake Jackson. So I think once this pushes over land, that's probably where the bulk of the surge is going to be, right in through here. So get ready for that, as the water will shoot up a couple feet pretty quickly. Once again, cell service is becoming a thing that's a little hard to come by, it seems like. Live view from Brian M. Finger in Bay City, Texas, continues to show the storm surge slowly creeping up. I do think they backed up a little bit down this road. The water levels are coming up. I think that this is one of those areas, though, where it's going to happen again. It's going to happen really quickly here as that more clear slot moves over the area. And there you see him. I'm pretty sure that's Reed Timmer in action right there. Just diving into the Gulf of Mexico as it overtakes the road there. Extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer, always doing the most, and that's why we love him. Go ahead. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So just a quick update kind of on the topic of storm surge. The National Weather Service has recorded that Port O'Connor, Texas, has a recorded storm surge currently of 4.3 feet.
4.3? Okay.
Mhm.
All right, so we're already starting to get some significant reports of storm surge, and I think that we're going to see some higher numbers. I really do. I think that we've been kind of surprised by the sustained winds with this so far, and I think that we'll probably be, I guess, a little surprised as well by the storm surge situation here, because we've got a pretty large storm. It's kind of it's kind of stationary, and it's kind of in a perfect position to where the largest part of the wind field is just kind of perfectly oriented to push water onto the shore. So if you live in a flood prone area, whether that would be from storm surge or rainfall, because the stalled nature of the storm is also producing a lot of freshwater flooding. Right in here is going to be a nightmare in a couple hours, I think. Okay. So yeah, Brian and Reed are in a pretty sketchy spot there. We just lost their feed, but I'm sure it'll come back. Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1 also able to see some storm surge inundation from his point of view. Chris says, is it just me? Or does it seem as if the center of circulation has stalled? It looks like it's been in the same location for the past hour. It's not just you, and it does seem like that is the case. It's not really stalled. It is moving, but it is not moving very quickly. That's for sure. Oh yeah, big time water inundation starting to come down the streets here. Caleb Beecham, his location, by the way, his exact location, he's on Surfside Beach. So that's a place to be for storm surge, that's for sure. That's one of the places that will likely be one of the most affected areas, I think, here soon. That's also where Reed Timmer is and Brian Emfinger, who continue to show just spectacular views of the storm surge over there.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. We just had a gust. I kid you not, that was probably over 120, 110, 120.
Chris is experiencing some crazy winds as well. I don't think we have a feed from him right now. Let me try to load him up here. Chris Hall. Yeah, I gotta put an auto refresh on this program, man. Oh, it looks like some pretty major power flashes there. From the camera on top of the Y'all Force One, or Hall Force One, sorry. Storm surge is really starting to inundate some of these neighborhoods as well.
Hey,
Once
Ryan,
again,
it took it a little bit, but we do have storm surge now coming into Surfside Beach.
yeah, this is Surfside Beach. This is where Brad Arnold and Caleb Beecham are. Whoa. Okay, I think that was just a spotlight that that came on, and that's on the Hall Force One. I thought it was some sort of
Hey Ryan,
explosion.
I don't know if you have my stream pulled up, but we're getting almost consistent over 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts or winds with 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts or higher, just outside of Sargent, Texas, with the associated outer eye wall.
Max Archer is chiming in with a beautifully articulated report there. This one also says Oklahoma. He's not in Oklahoma. He's down here near Bryan Beach. Consistent 80-mile-per-hour winds. We're hearing similar things from Chris Hall.
Hey, Ron, are we sure this is still a 80-mile-an-hour Category 1? Jesus. I'm telling you what, if you were new to this, you would think this is a Cat 5. These winds mean no joke, dude.
I'm telling you right now, y'all, we've tracked a lot of hurricanes, and Chris has been in all of them. And some of the imagery that we've seen from Chris in this storm has been more, impressive, I guess, than some of the big ones that we've covered together. So it just goes to show you that like the category number isn't the only thing that matters. This is going to be a really impactful storm for a lot of people here, as the winds are certainly causing damage, and we're not even in the worst part of it yet. All Force One giving us a 360-degree view through our roof camera here of the some of the neighborhoods here in Surfside Beach starting to take on a lot of water. Brad Arnold is also in Surfside Beach, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Caleb's real close to him here. So the reason we are showing you this and you kind of focusing a lot on the graphical side of this is because this is all we're getting from the maps and the radars and stuff. You're going to see this big swirling blob. It's going to keep swirling. You know, like the way that we're going to be able to help you understand what's coming for you if you haven't been hit by this yet is by showing you what's happening on the ground. So Houston, Texas, you know, we've been surprised all day by some of the excessive winds. I think that you guys will be surprised as well over there in Houston's Sugarland, Pearland, over there towards Pasadena, Baytown, Kingwood. You guys get ready for some hurricane force winds, as some of those are starting to break into places like League City now and Needville, but they will make it into Houston at least within the next couple of hours. Now, it's not going to be as long lasting or maybe not as intense as what we're seeing down here along the coast, but it's still going to cause a lot of problems. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I finally have like a actual news report now. So the Galveston Fire Department has dispatched several engines to the Gulf Coast sulfur chemical plant, and they have confirmed that there is a fire involving the chemical tanks at the plant right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. And where was that again? I'm sorry.
That was the Gulf Coast sulfur chemical plant in Galveston.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. So that's a pretty serious situation there. And speaking of Galveston, we've been talking about it all night. You know, this band of storms is coming. It's coming. It's literally right on your doorstep now. I'm concerned about the strong winds that you'll receive, obviously, but these storms are also the ones that have been rotating and have been causing some tornadoes. So get ready in Galveston for a plethora of stormy activity in all different modes and forms over the next couple of hours. Live, what you're looking at here is a live view from storm chaser Bryce Shelton in Bay City, Texas. The storm surge is really starting to come in now. We're starting to see some really incredible winds visibly as well from Max Archer's feed here, who is not in Caddo County, Oklahoma. And we've got Brian Fingers feedback. This is nuts. Honestly, we just got to zoom out and look at all of them at this point.
I can't get a hold of Brad, but can you let him know that the stoplight that he is sitting under is coming apart and looks like it's going to fall off?
All right, I will pass that information along. Brad, if you can hear me, Caleb said you might want to back up a little bit. The stoplight looks like it's about to fall on you. This is intense. I swear I feel like we've covered Category 3 hurricanes that didn't seem this intense. Is it just me or what's going on here? What's happening? Am I just real tired and I'm not, or is this actually like intense? This thing is blowing up right on the beach.
Hey Ryan, it looks like we officially have lost power down here.
We've officially lost power across the entirety of Surfside Beach, it seems. I'm really interested to see, once again, all of this imagery that you're seeing, most of it anyways, is coming from the Surfside Beach area right in here. This next band right here is going to be really interesting. I don't know what we're going to find or what's going to happen there, but should be some pretty intense winds in there. We got to get Freddie McKinney back on the board. Yeah, it certainly doesn't feel like a
We just
Category
had
1
wind
hurricane.
gusts over 100 miles an hour here in Sargent again.
I don't think that this is a Category 1 hurricane, y'all. That was Max Archer. The camera in the top left there, 100-mile-per-hour wind gust. Chris Hall has chimed in multiple times, exclaiming the possibility of receiving over 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We're definitely seeing sustained winds well over hurricane force. So yeah, just really crazy stuff. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, for those wondering, I think we're
Yeah,
probably
like literally
within
right when you
20 to 30 minutes of our official landfall here, depending on what is regarded as actual land here coming up to Matagorda. You can clearly see the middle of the lowest pressure of the storm here. It's very visible with the low returns on reflectivity circling right there, right in the middle of what looks like our eye and our eye wall surrounding it. Very large, reminds me of Ian. So I think that if you're looking for landfall information, depending on what's counted as actual land here, because on GR2 I can see what looks like the coastline strip, we could be within 30 minutes of it, as designated by the National Hurricane Center.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is around where the central low pressure is, and like he's saying, what counts as land. The moment that the center of that gets over land, that they will go ahead and consider this storm a storm that has made landfall. So we're probably pretty close to that, but very easy to see now where that is. Man, this thing really has blown up right in the last little bit. This is crazy. Look at how quickly this came together and organized. We've got a very well-defined eye. Looks like a lot of our storm chasers are going to be able to go get inside of that if they want to, which is going to be a interesting sight at night. So yeah, that's what's going on here with Hurricane Beryl. I don't know if we're going to get an update from the National Hurricane Center as far as what kind of category storm it is, but I would not be surprised at all to at least see this upgraded to a 95 or a 90 mile per hour category, hurricane. So there's definitely been some wind gusts even higher than that, as we've seen from our storm chasers. Got my buttons all mixed up, and things continue to look more insane. Look at this. Look at this. There's a certain there's a couple of hurricanes that we've covered that were Category 3s at landfall that did not even look like this. Man, Brian and Reed, they've got to get out of there. What are they doing? They are in the Gulf of Mexico now, essentially. An official measured 76-mile-per-hour wind gust in the Port O'Connor, Texas, on the western eye wall of Hurricane Beryl. Uh, 28,000 people without power right now. That number is going to go up a lot, I think, as time goes on here. Bay City, Texas, and around where Bryce Shelton is right now, this area is going to continue to see strong winds like this for quite some time. However, if you haven't seen winds like this yet in Wharton or Manville or Needville, that this is still what's on the way towards you right now. Wow. Now this is a hurricane, y'all. Bryce Shelton is right smack dab in the middle of it. So is Freddie McKinney. And this is what this rapidly intensifying storm looks like right before it makes landfall here. It's really trying to take a huge breath. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we have some preliminary data real quick. Port O'Connor actually hit a peak kind of storm surge of 4.43 feet. It has already gone down already down to 4 feet. So the storm surge seemed to have peaked, at least in Port O'Connor, at 4.4 feet. There's not many other measuring stations around the area, so we don't have exact measurement.
And whatever
for most
car
of
is
the
sitting
eye.
there.
That's one of the only stations in the eye.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah, for that. We're going to go back and we're going to listen in to a couple of our chasers here, and then
I just noticed
we'll
there's
go
even
back
a
to the
car.
radar.
Yeah, I didn't. Wait, when did I get there?
I feel like that wasn't there earlier. Hang on, chat.
Things are getting really intense there where Freddie is. I think we should just focus on that. Wow. And this is Freddie's a little bit
Oh, the
closer.
awning's starting to wobble.
Dude, it wants to come
It's
off.
starting to wobble.
It
Freddie is a little bit closer to the
If we
the
get a
inner
stronger gust,
eye wall, I
it's
guess, that we
gone.
were talking about earlier, where the stronger wind gusts were expected. So this is, even stronger than what we were dealing with a little bit farther to
It might
the
come off.
north.
I think it might.
I definitely think that thing is going to fly.
Oh! Oh, now we're cooking.
This is insane now.
Now we're maybe 100 plus.
Like, getting some gusts up there for sure.
Wow.
Hurricane force winds now
Look at the roof just getting torn.
moving up into the Cedar Lake area. Maybe even stronger winds on their way to Jones Creek and Freeport. So we will see a similar view, I think, from Hull Force One here shortly.
It's so close. It is so on there.
I don't know if it's actually going to go off, though.
I'm pretty like, if this was a normal gas station canopy, it'd be gone.
Yeah, that's a very well built
We're still not quite
gas
out of the
station.
eye,
I
though.
guess
The eye wall.
everything in that specific area has to be pretty well built.
Kind of like paralleling us almost.
Oh yeah, there's a couple more.
We're going to be in it for
A couple more
All right,
mezzos.
let's go
We're gonna be in
back
it for a little bit longer still.
and let's see what else we've got going on here. Continue to see water rise quite a bit at where Bryce Shelton is. I got to get a refresh on Brian Emfinger, who's in the Sargent area, the Cedar Lake area there. Yeah, it's definitely built well. Brad Arnold and Caleb both are in the same areas. They both have Starlinks. They both have the same internet connectivity, and they both lost service at around the same time. But it's coming back now, so that's good. If you're just now tuning in, this is our wall of storm chasers, and honestly, at this point, it's pretty much all storm chasers who are out there experiencing Hurricane Beryl firsthand. It looks to me like Freddie McKinney and those guys are probably in the thick of it right now. That gas station's about to go.
The coast, just not on the surge.
Yes. Clarification. Right next to the coast, but not
Bobby, bro,
in the water.
you want a cookie, Bobby? It's wheat.
And then over there where Max Archer is as well, and in pretty much the same area as Freddie. Winds just absolutely ripping. So downstream, next in line for some of these extreme winds, like you've already seen pretty bad winds in West Columbia and Treasure Island. This next round's going to be even more intense in West Columbia in the next 30 minutes or so. So get ready for that. And we are very, very close to an official landfall here. It's 4:04 a.m. I'm 4 hours away from being awake for 24 hours. That's the only reason why I'm yawning. This is a very interesting and intense storm. But I unfortunately just couldn't get on a backward schedule to align my sleep cycle with this. So I apologize for the yawning. However, it's 4:04 a.m. We've been streaming now for about 6 or 7 hours. We're going to continue to be here until landfall and probably even thereafter, as this is going to continue to cause problems for quite some time after the storm has made landfall. It's 4:04 Eastern, 4:05 Eastern, 3 Central, 8Z. Yeah, it certainly doesn't seem like a category 1 to me. Drink coffee and eat a cookie. That would probably help. Need some hamburger patties and another Red Bull. Thank you for staying up all night with us. I had no problem. I enjoy this. Thank you guys for being here at the. I think that there's been very few times where we've been live at 4 a.m. and here we are. There's like 25,000 of us gathered here together watching the washing machine here in Texas. Honestly, once again, a little more intense than what I originally thought that we were going to be dealing with here. But yeah, I'm glad that we're here. I'm glad that you guys are here. And if you are downstream, I know we've got a lot of people watching in more populated areas, not necessarily right along the coast. If you are in one of those places, we're going to be trying to stick with you as well as this comes towards you. Now, it's not going to be quite the same beast, but it's still going to cause some problems up there in Houston. Moving into Galveston now, pretty significantly. A landfall announcement should happen soon. Center of circulation is not necessarily over land yet, but it's about to happen. Scott says, I've been tracking hurricanes for nearly 20 years. There's no way this is a category 1. I've seen Cat 3s not look this intense. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't know what it is. Is it the lights that these guys are using or what? Because like we've tracked hurricanes on this channel a lot. And we did Hurricane Idalia not too long ago, and I don't remember, like, it didn't seem this, and the winds didn't seem this strong. So I don't know if it's actually like I don't know what's going on. I just spent a good minute looking at my Stream Deck trying to find the button that I needed to push, and I was looking right at it the whole time. That's the period that I'm getting into. Next in line, I think some places that maybe we haven't called out yet that are about to experience some really, really strong winds. We're talking about places like Rosharon, Lottridge, Liverpool, Alvin, Thompson's, Damon, and Holiday Lakes. Get ready. The stuff that you're seeing on some of these cameras here is what's about to happen in your neck of the woods. Maybe something like this. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so a NOAA weather station in Matagorda Bay has recorded two separate wind gusts of 88 miles per hour, 6 minutes apart from each other. So there is close to 90-mile-an-hour winds that are being actually observed by weather stations in that area.
All right. Thank you very much, Elijah. So that's an official recording there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we haven't seen, or if we have seen a couple of 90 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts out there somewhere. Brett Adair's got a pretty impressive view of some coastal flooding, some storm surge there. Hmm. Brad Arnold's, we got his feedback. He's still over there towards Surfside Beach, right next to Caleb. Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1. They are on specifically Blue Water Highway right now. That's what we're looking at here. Yeah, we've heard about the chemical plant. We've talked about it. Elijah told us about it. I don't know if we've heard any updates on that situation, but I see some people talking about it. That is, we know about that. This thing has still not made landfall. It's very close, though. Look at how big the eye is. That is one heck of a radar loop there. Here is a map showing the preliminary highest wind gusts since midnight as of 3 a.m. as Beryl approaches the coast. So these are official preliminary wind gusts. So we've got an 81 and 86 and an 89 Matagorda Bay entrance, 89 miles per hour. So where our storm chasers are, the footage that we're seeing, most of that area, as far as official, wind gusts go, the highest I'm seeing is like 40, 50, 60. So, yeah, interesting stuff there. I don't know how dense the instrumentation is for measuring wind is in that specific area, but yeah, that's what's going on over there. This is the official map. I'm going to retweet this. And by the way, a lot of times whenever I show a graphic like this on X or Twitter, I always share it. So if you want to share it too and help get the word out about things, especially whenever it's a tornado warning or a watch or something like that, feel free to go over there and do that. Yeah, very big eye here on the storm. We'll switch over to satellite just to see what that looks like. Not going to be able to see anything on visible just yet. But the long wave IR, maybe clear. So these big towering, these big towers that have not allowed the eye to actually legitimately clear out as you would, imagine with a typical strong hurricane's eye. So being inside of it, probably isn't going to be that spectacular. but still, actually, it would probably be pretty cool. Man, I can't believe this. This right here, I swear, if this was happening over the ocean, this would have took another run at trying to become a major hurricane here. We're so lucky it came onto land when it did. Go ahead, Elijah. Elijah, I think you're muted. I haven't pulled you up yet.
Andy just told me I forgot to unmute. I'm sorry.
Okay, you're good. Go ahead.
So there happens to be kind of a rare meteorological phenomenon going on that I can just briefly mention. We don't really need to show it or anything, but there actually is a tornado warning in Japan right now.
Wow.
Japan does get tornadoes. It's on the rare side, but was like a thing while I was scrolling around trying to find news. There happened to be a tornado warning in Japan right now. So,
well,
just a rare kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Elijah. There's speaking of that, we have our Discord server. If you guys didn't know, you can join the Discord server link. The mods will put the link in the chat. Bunch of weather nerds in there. I'm always lurking, and there was a couple of big tornadoes, maybe even a little bit of a regional tornado outbreak. I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday in China, and those guys were tracking that in there, and it was just really interesting stuff. So Yeah, they get them over there, and also in some portions of South America, and the United States gets more tornadoes than everybody else, but there's some places that come close. China being one of those places that it's actually pretty active. HOU apartment locator. Thanks for the gifted members. Ellen says, please start including red flag warnings on the forecasts. The West Coast is on fire. That's a good point. I'm assuming you're talking about in our videos. That is definitely something that we should talk about. How do you get a career in meteorology? Your videos got me in it. Skylar, the best way to get a career in meteorology is by getting a meteorology degree. I believe that's still that's the way. And then you can work for the government. You can work for the National Weather Service. You can work for private companies, and all that kind of stuff. News stations. If you want to be a storm chaser or something like that, the requirements are much less strict. However, having the knowledge is necessary. Are there such thing as meteorology apprenticeships? Yeah, I mean, I guess I did one of those essentially with Chief Meteorologist Shane Smith at WYMT. Good guy. He's probably watching right now, actually. I don't know. Actually, you know what? No, he's probably asleep. He's probably asleep right now. We are so close to landfall. It's imminent. Landfall is imminent. Oops. Go ahead, Elijah.
Bless you, Ryan. So we do have an update from the National Hurricane Center that came out 4 minutes ago. So they said the official location of Beryl was 15 miles off the coast. So, like you said, it is very imminent.
Okay. Thank you, Elijah. We will probably hear about the official landfall here soon. The time will probably be, sometime within the next 15 minutes or 30, something like that. And from the moment it makes landfall on, it will slowly, and honestly, if it keeps moving as slow as it does, it will slowly lose oomph. But it's still packing a punch, man, and it's going to continue to do so all the way up through Houston, I believe. La says it's picking up in Sugarland. It's gonna continue to do that. Back to the radar here. Yeah, the strongest part of the storm with the strongest winds are still quite a bit out from where you are in Sugarland. So I would say you're still an hour or so away from getting in on the biggest part. Travis says it's traveling at 10 miles per hour. So 15 miles means it's 1.5 hours away. Not necessarily, but you know, it could take that long for sure. But I think we'll probably hear about it a little bit sooner than that. Is it still 10? Yeah, moving northwest at 10 miles per hour. Wind speed 80, max gust 75. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, see if you can connect to Chris on Zello. I don't know if his stream has been working. I believe you said it wasn't at one point, but he says he has a situation where he's looking at a house with storm surge up to the front door and parts of it damaged, and they're shining flashlights from inside. So he is unable to help further, but he is also unable to reach you on Zello. He managed to reach out to me, and now I can't contact him. So not sure what's going on there, but he's got something of concern.
Okay, thank you. Let's reach out to Chris and make sure this is working. Hey, Chris, sorry about that. Go ahead. I haven't heard your last couple of messages, but we're looking for an update.
Hey, Ryan. Sorry, I don't mean to cut in there, but just a minute ago we had a new guy had a really bright light bar here. There's a house here right in front of me. It's what I'm pointed out here. Storm surge is rapidly rising here. You can see it now on the stream. They're out with their flashlights. The storm surge is up to almost their front door. Their house has taken severe damage. So I'm hoping for the best here. There's really nothing we can do. But the water is rapidly rising here. But that house it's gotten severely damaged. That's the one we were just talking about earlier.
Okay, so that is that's Chris Hall, who is once again down here near Cedar Lake and Freeport, somewhere in between there on 2918. And yeah, we've got a pretty significant storm surge situation unfolding here. So we're going to keep an ear out for our storm chasers here.
Hey Ryan, didn't you say that Caleb is down here with me in Surfside?
Yeah, Brad, I came through earlier and he told me to actually tell you that there was a stoplight or something that was about to fall on you. But yeah, Caleb's right there near where you are right now.
Okay, yeah, I saw the stoplight. I moved like right after I saw that, but we're getting sustained winds well in excess probably about 80 miles an hour right now, 85.
Wanted to let you know, I don't know if you can get in touch with Caleb or not, but that storm surge has started to come in, and it's going to come in really fast. So I'm not sure if he's anywhere to be able to see it, but he doesn't need to get too far away from this bridge.
Caleb, you got a copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess Brad can't get directly a hold of you either, but he told me to pass on to you that if you can't see the bridge, you should probably come to the bridge because the storm surge is going to come up really fast. Also, just looking for an update. What's going on out there, man?
Yeah, absolutely. So I can actually see Brad. He's sitting. If you're looking at my camera, that big blob of light, he is sitting actually directly in front of that Circle K gas station. So I'm sitting right at the entrance to the bridge right now, just to be prepared to be able to basically make a U-turn and head back across here at any point. But kind of latest update that I was going to share with you is moments ago, I was sitting down at the fire station, actually talked to one of the firefighters, and they did their final round through the community, made sure nobody else wanted to leave, and they have since evacuated. So that was probably about 15 minutes ago. So I'm pretty sure that myself, Brad, and then this third storm chaser that's sitting across the intersection from us are the only people left here on the island right now.
All right, that was word from storm chaser Caleb Beecham out there in Hall Force 1. Wait, is that a person? So yeah, some of those stronger winds that we were seeing earlier through people like Freddie McKinney's feed, those are now moving into the area where Brad and Caleb are now. What was that?
Yeah.
Wow. And you can really see the winds picking up now where Bryce Shelton is as well, down here near Sargent once again, and Cedar Lake, Jones Creek, that area.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. I swear, I think we may be a mile and a half away from the eye wall. But we're back to getting very strong winds, just well over 100 right now. Goodness gracious. This may be the strongest winds we've had so far. I'll holler back in a minute.
All right, that's the voice of Chris Hall, who is exclaiming just kind of expressing how serious the situation is there as far as the winds go. And I mean, it's just very obvious to see through some of these chaser cams that this is definitely the strongest winds that we've seen. Well above hurricane force winds now, moving through Cedar Lake, Jones Creek, Freeport. Some of those really strong winds are about to move into Treasure Island, Holiday Lakes, and Danbury eventually as well. Also, the first round of the more significant kind of winds and the part of the storm that is just overall significant is about to move into Houston. So on the southern side, especially down there near Pearland and Sugarland and Arcola, you guys are either already or you're about to really start to feel the impacts of this storm with some strong winds and just a lot of really, really heavy rain. Brad Arnold, I think I saw a pretty intense power flash right in front of him there. Susie says it's really windy here in Dixon, Texas. Hopefully, all the new construction homes around us stay together. Yeah. And I think we're about to get a tornado warning. Yep, there it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Fort Bend County, Texas, and Brazonia County, Texas. A tornado warning has been issued for you. Let's go to the radar. The big flashing box there, that's your tornado warning. Radar indicated. Let's see what they indicated here on our radar. Okay. Right here, you see this area of rotation that went through the Meridiana area, something like that, Meridiana area, Julef, Halden. They warned that now it's going towards Thompson's and eventually up there towards the Walnut Creek area and Rosenberg. Now, this does look to me like another short-lived kind of thing. So hopefully it doesn't make it all the way up there to Rosenberg. However, it is a tornado warning, so you should take shelter if you haven't already in Pleak, Fairchilds, Thompsons, and Needville in Texas.
Winds are really starting to pick up again with gusts over 100 miles an hour as we slowly get closer to the edge of the eye wall and into the calmer winds here on the north side of Sargent, Texas.
North side of Sargent, Texas.
But overall, we're getting sustained winds of over 80 miles an hour with some gusts over 100 at the moment.
So there you go. Max Archer out there. Wind gusts maybe over 100 miles per hour. As he is right on the eye wall area there near Sargent. So Cedar Lake, The areas experiencing the strongest winds right now are probably Sargent, Cedar Lake, and then of course back there towards Port O'Connor and Palacios. Yeah, that is some intense wind.
Hey Ryan, we got some pretty intense power flashes happening here on both mine and Brad's stream.
Let's pull up Brad's stream here. Wow. Yeah, so winds likely gusting well over 80 miles per hour there in the Surfside Beach area. Same thing for the Cedar Lake area, and this is going to last a while. It's going to be this windy in Jones Creek and Brazoria and Sweeney for quite some time. And just by eyeballing it, and just by looking at the radar, the center of the storm is, I mean, it's a couple miles away at most from being over land and landfall happening here. However, there has been another wobble to where, you know, we've seen this thing kind of go back and forth. And this last little wobble back to the north and east a little bit has kind of allowed it to parallel the coastline a little bit before finally crossing over. Dang. Y'all, that right there, I think, is just from looking at the rain like whip across the road. That's probably some of the strongest winds that we've seen today, right there on Brad's feed. Let's listen in on that. Sounds like
Dude, I'm thinking these are probably 100-mile-per-hour gusts.
You're about to get hit by a porta potty. Just run up the first.
Where?
It's literally straight up behind you. Like if you guys didn't run, it's right behind you.
Dude, that thing was across the street. How did he get over here?
It sounds like the effect that they used on the Lizard of Oz when the tornado happened. Like, that's literally what that sounds like.
Well, if you need to get your respirator, there you go. can't do it. He's literally just parked in the water.
So what you're hearing there in the background is the in-cab audio from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's vehicle. And honestly, the winds are just howling in a way that I haven't heard. So, yeah, just very, very interesting stuff here with this storm. We still got the ongoing tornado warning, by the way, for Pleak and Fairchilds in Texas. Y'all need to be staying in your safe spot. The rotation in that storm has let up a little bit. Oh my gosh, sorry. It's let up a little bit. However, it's still there. So we should take shelter if we haven't already. Looks like we are up to 84,000 people without power now. Once again, I expect that number to increase quite a bit as these strong winds are going to kind of overtake a pretty large area and a pretty populated area. In fact, Houston now on the southern side, you guys are starting to get in on some of the stronger winds. It's not quite as intense as what we're looking at here through Brad Arnold's feed, but it's going to be pretty intense, especially later as we go later in the morning. The Port Lavaca and Victoria areas, you guys are still receiving some of the strong winds. However, things are going to increase or things are going to improve from here on out. I think some of the storm is going to continue to go off to the north and east, and the worst part of it is has passed you by now. The same cannot be said for Lake Jackson, West Columbia, Treasure Island, and Galveston. The worst part of the storm for you guys is still underway or on the way. One second. I've got to get something else to drink. I'll be right back.
That way we can get the front spots.
So, if you are just now tuning in, what you're hearing, what you're seeing is Brad Arnold's point of view here as Hurricane Beryl tries its best to make landfall. I mean, it looks to me like it has fallen on land, but it hasn't officially just yet. We'll hear about that shortly. Category 1, Hurricane Beryl, one of the more impressive Category 1s I think I've ever seen, is just in terms of the perceived severity of the sustained winds based off of our Storm Chaser footage and coverage that we've seen. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So it actually is now official. Hurricane Beryl has made landfall. The National Hurricane Center just posted that update a moment ago. So it has made landfall now.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. Hurricane Beryl has made landfall. It's official. "59 seconds ago, Hurricane Beryl, center of Hurricane Beryl, makes landfall near Matagorda, Texas. Dangerous storm surge and strong winds occurring with flash flooding expected."
A new tornado
This
warning
is its
has been
third
issued.
landfall. And we just got another tornado warning. And this one's going to be for a similar area. This is also going to be in Brazoria County and Fort Bend County. A little bit. Not sure exactly what we got here, but we do have a this feature right in here that could be a sign of something trying to spin up here as it comes up towards Of course, it's the same city. I can't say Meridiana, in Texas. So take shelter in Meridiana, Sandy Point, and Julieth. This is coming towards you. You got a tornado warning. Additionally, we've been talking all day about how this band of storms is going to be capable of potentially producing tornadoes. And it's probably going to continue to prompt tornado warnings. So get ready in Galveston and League City, as they'll likely, warn these things plumb out to the coast if they continue to show even very slight signs of rotation like this. Excuse me. I'm allergic to staying up all until 5 a.m., I guess. Now, normally it doesn't bother me because I like game sleep. Like I'll go to sleep later one day or wake up earlier one day or whatever. But I've just been on a normal schedule, waking up at 8 a.m. and then just boom, randomly decided let's go today. Yeah, there's going to be multiple tornado warnings associated with this. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a couple tornado warnings in the Houston metro, as this big area of rotating storms comes up into the city here. All right, let's go tune back in with Brad here, as Brad and Caleb are still pretty close together. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, it's official. Hurricane Beryl has made landfall. Its third landfall now in the United States, in Texas near the Matagorda Bay, as a Category 1 hurricane. So from here on out, the storm is only going to become less intense.
Hey,
but
Ryan,
that
it's Chris. Knock on
decrease-
wood, we should be entering the eye here pretty shortly. Things have calmed down significantly compared to what it was. We're still getting gusts probably 40, 50, but nothing like it was. So we should be getting very close, if not entering the eye now. Looks like it's took a more wobble northeast, so we'll have the eye if it continues on that wobble northeast.
Yeah. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on Chris and what's going on there. But even though the storm's slowly but surely going to lose intensity as it comes over land, it's not going to just immediately die out. It's going to continue to be a pretty intense storm all the way up through Houston. So we're going to be, walking you through that, guiding you through that as time goes on this morning. We've been live now for 7 hours. It's currently 5 a.m. It's exactly 5 a.m. Local here in Eastern Kentucky, 4 Central, 9Z. We are going to go for, at the very least, 2 or 3 more hours. I am, anyways. Anybody else that needs to drop out, you can go to sleep. If you're, I don't know if you guys remember that or not. The chat used to always ask if they could go to sleep. Areas that need to be concerned, continuing to really monitor the weather. I think, in my opinion, obviously anybody in the immediate hurricane warning area that has yet to receive the eye wall, West Columbia, Needville, League City, Galveston, that area. And then also beyond the hurricane warning, areas that have yet to receive the bands of storms that could lead to isolated tornadoes and, of course, flash flooding and just strong winds. So Houston. It's pretty much, in my opinion, right in here. This is where we've got to stay awake. You know what I mean? For the next little bit, if we want to stay on top of things and weather aware. A lot of these places over here are still experiencing strong winds, but they're going to quickly move out as the storm moves off to the north. We do have an increased risk today of tornadoes in a larger area farther to the north and east, between the border of Texas and Louisiana. Shreveport is included in that. And yeah, that tornado warning that we've got is it's still there, but the rotation that was there is not as impressive, I guess, as it once was. And there she is, the Hurricane Beryl, very clearly now, mostly over land. It really did it. It really rapidly kind of tried to intensify there right at the last minute, just like the models were pointing towards. Now it wasn't quite as successful, I guess, as some of the models predicted, but that was to be expected. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now as well. Sergeant Dad says that Ryan, being a soldier right now, I'm nowhere near this, but I'm positive he's helped many people tonight. He should be proud. Sergeant Dad, thank you so much for that. Thank you for the kind words and the generosity. You did not have to do that, and you don't even have to thank me. I thank you guys. This is what I've always wanted to do: cover the weather, get creative with how we do it, and make tools and things that make covering the weather easier and better and more useful for people. And I couldn't just sit. I couldn't. This is what I do. This is what I wake up every day and I think about and what I do, and I love that. And I couldn't do that without you. So no need to thank me. I love it. Yeah, so we're going to go back to, you can see that it's still pretty intense out there where Caleb and Brad Arnold are. So we're going to go back to kind of watching that unfold there. But just in case there's anybody watching out there a little bit farther to the west in New Mexico, there are a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. One of those is producing hail over 1 inch in diameter here in the Quay and Harding County areas. Another one of those. Ooh, we got 4 now. There's quite. We're gonna have to look at those a little bit closer. Another one of those is going to be a little bit farther to the east This is going to be inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's going across I-40 there near Santa Rosa. And then, of course, last but not least, we've got a storm out here to the south and east of Las Vegas, New Mexico, producing some pretty large hail. So that's what's going on over there. And then here's another look at our satellite imagery of Hurricane Beryl. So yeah, pretty impressive stuff with this storm. Alien Craft says, "You sound tired." I'm sorry. I know I do. I'm trying to not to. But it's just it's happening. You know what I'm saying? I believe that's the rear end of Hall Force 1 right there, as seen through the windshield of Brad Arnold. People are saying that it's sliding up the coastline. Is that true? No, no, not really. It's pretty much going to cross almost perpendicular to the coastline here, with not necessarily exactly perpendicular, but it's certainly not paralleling the coast in any fashion. Michael says, "I went to bed watching the start of the live stream, and now I'm waking up for work watching the live stream." Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so the National Hurricane Center made an additional post regarding the landfall of the hurricane. So it made landfall with an eye that was 28 nautical miles wide. Its central pressure at the time was 979 millibars, and it had maximum winds of 70 knots, which is 80 miles per hour for landfall.
Okay, wow. Thank you, Elijah. Official information coming out. My gosh, my buttons. About this storm. Once again, it's third and final. Well, don't want to speak too soon, but likely, most likely, third and final landfall here. Historic Hurricane Beryl is going out with a bang here, as you can see through Brad Arnold's feed. It's not, it's a category 1, but you could take clips from this isolated from context and tell people that it's a category 2 or a category 3, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense." You know what I mean? So it's been a pretty strong storm, and yeah, it looks like it's going to continue to be that way as it goes up into Houston. How many people do we have watching in Houston right now? And what's it like? What's happening in Houston right now? I want to know. I know on the southern side things are starting to ramp up, but it's probably nothing crazy just yet. So it looks like there's quite a few Evians. Yeah, quite a few avians watching from the greater Houston area. We're going to try to be with you as you know, the bulk of the heavy rain and the strong winds move up into Houston. I do think that there will be some very strong wind gusts in Houston. Probably not quite as strong as what we've seen right along the coast, but still, it's going to be a doozy of a storm. Also, lots of rain, lots and lots of rain. Flash flooding is going to be a problem in the Houston area. Speaking of rain, you're starting to see a pattern here on radar. You got this big tail. All right, we're going to have just really heavy rain kind of follow that. And then the center of circulation here, the hurricane's actually going to go this way, right? So this tail is going to follow, and it'll probably lead to a pretty significant training flash flood event over here on the eastern side of Houston, over towards, you know, Galveston, maybe Baytown, Liberty, those places. I would be most concerned, I think, about flooding if I was over here. We're over 100,000 people without power now in Texas. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, here's kind of a little update so you can go check the New Mexico storms. But anyone who watches meteorology stuff will know the town I'm about to name. There is now a flash flood warning in place for Clovis, New Mexico.
Okay, thank you, Elijah. I want to go to New Mexico. We talked about these storms not too long ago, but these are just big time hail producers and extremely heavy rain producers. We do have that flash flood warning down here for Clovis. And by the way, speaking of training, I mean, that's exactly what's going on here. We've got slow moving storms moving over the same areas over and over again. And this is honestly a pretty intense like that's a pretty intense line of storms there, barely moving. And so yeah, Andy, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, I'm looking at this area of rotation near Texas City, to the northwest of Galveston here in Texas. So this is moving also west northwest, and is very similar to the last two signatures that we just got warned from National Weather Service in Houston. I'm glad they're warning things now, despite, I would have called the first one had I seen it. So I agreed with that one from them. The second one was a little interesting. So given that recent track history, I wouldn't be surprised if they warned that little circulation coming right into Texas City right now, not warned. So if you receive a tornado warning there, that is the reason why, which in Galveston County, but on the mainland there. So that's what I'm looking at there.
All right. Thank you, Andy. This is what he's talking about right here. We've seen signatures like this lead to seemingly damage. And this is like right now, if this is producing a tornado or if this is producing, a water spout that is going to become a tornado, then it's happening right now. Texas City, if we've got anybody watching in Texas City, Even though there's not a warning, maybe it's a good idea to get indoors, at least certainly away from windows. I don't think anybody's going to be outside right now in this mess. But you preferably get into a tornado safe spot just in case, as the radar does look like it's trying to something's trying to happen there. And this is like the textbook area where you would expect to see tornadic activity in a tropical system. Things are still nuts over there in Surfside Beach. Is a live look from Brad Arnold and the 3 other people that are still in Surfside Beach. By the way, no tornado warnings right now. We had a couple. Those have all been allowed to expire. All right, here's a cool image. This is the total path so far of Tropical Storm and Hurricane Beryl, and where it's had hurricane force winds and tropical storm force winds. You can see that it just at the last minute here picked up and became a hurricane force wind producing storm again right before making landfall. However, for a long time, it was producing not just hurricane force winds, but major hurricane force winds out here in the Caribbean. Our earliest known Category 5 ever. Somebody said, I'm from Houston and it ain't even raining. You're probably like on the north side of town there. It's coming, I promise. If it doesn't rain, you can you should unsubscribe. Like if it never starts raining where you live and you live in Houston, you like just go ahead and unsubscribe. In fact, you can come down here. You can come to Eastern Kentucky and slap me in the face if it doesn't rain at least one drop at your house in Houston. Yeah, I think that Hurricane Beryl was on a mission to become a Category 5 hurricane again at some point. But thank goodness it ran out of room to explore that opportunity. The number of times the Hurricane Hunter planes went through this one is pretty amazing. The amount of data you all will have to go through will help with so many storms. Yeah, they did do a lot of fly throughs in this storm, and They do that, especially for ones that last a long time. This one's been out there for forever, and it's been a major hurricane for a long time. And so, yeah, you're absolutely right. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, just an update on that previous circulation I called out to give some closure on it. The scan that I called it on was the strongest it looked, and since then it is rapidly de-intensified with no warning. So it looks like that is no longer a concern for anyone worried down the line in Dickinson in Texas and along I-45 there up into League City. So I think that there is a chance it may have produced some very weak damage in Texas City. Remains to be surveyed. Probably not, but I'd be about maybe 40-60 on it. So it looks like that's not as concerning for the near term, and we'll watch as more circulations come inland.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Keeping an eye on those circulations. And honestly, he spotted a lot of really interesting areas tonight that I'm glad that we were able to kind of hone in on, because otherwise we might not have, because there's a lot of them didn't get warnings. And in a system like this, it's natural to kind of just want to you kind of want to zoom out, you know what I mean, and look at the whole thing rather than these little intricate little pockets. So we're gonna have to pay attention to those little pockets, I think, even more so as they move into more populated areas here. Houston, once again, if you haven't seen rain yet, or strong heavy rain, it's coming. It's on the south side of town now. These storms are also going to be capable of, it's not going to be anything crazy, it's not going to be anything widespread, but these storms are capable of producing enough rotation to maybe warrant a tornado warning from the National Weather Service at some point. So just make sure you're ready for that. And yeah, things are just still happening over there on Surfside Beach. I feel like these guys have been dealing with the more intense winds for much longer than everybody else. Sorry, I had to restart my thing there. Sorry. Holy smokes. was an explosion. That was a huge power flash right in front of Michael Beard there. Did you guys see that? Oh, I gotta add a instant replay
You know
button.
how bad I just want to go to sleep right now.
Dude, I left Iowa to start it. I went to 1 a.m. yesterday. 1 a.m. yesterday. So.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have an update regarding the chemical plant.
Okay.
So it turns out what happened was a flare accidentally went off and the guards at the plant overreacted. So there wasn't actually like a big fire. It was a flare that went off and the guards overreacted and called in like a gigantic chemical plant fire. So
Oh,
thankfully that chemical plant does not have a big fire at it.
okay. Thank you very much, Elijah, for the update there. So yeah, there you have it. I saw that some people were in the chat. The second time that I mentioned it, that everybody was talking about an explosion, like a giant explosion, and yeah, it just goes to show you how in situations like this, especially, it doesn't take a lot for something to take off like that.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. Just an update. The road out of Sargent. I'm tired. It's completely underwater. Have it on stream. Raging River over the highway right now.
Raging River over the highway right now. Let's take a look at it. Oh yeah. Yeah, there ain't no getting out of there. That's for sure. A lot of people talking about Sugarland. Power's going in and out in Sugarland. The winds are picking up. You guys are just now getting in on that second, or really the essentially the second round. Our storm chasers farther south had 3. Looks like Houston and places like Sugarland are going to have 2. You guys are on that first one. And then there's going to be another, probably slightly more intense round of wind within the next hour or 2. And then after that, things will calm down pretty quick. But the kind of weather that you're experiencing right now will just continue to, it's going to continue to get worse for the next little bit before things get better. $131,000 people without power now. That looks like a with how fast the water's flowing, that looks like a flash flood here in like the mountains of Kentucky. That's what it looks like whenever we get our big floods. So that water is flowing from an area. It's like that water is flowing into a lower elevation area. So whatever that is filling up. It's breached some sort of level that you know would normally hold it back. And it's rising. Like you can literally see it. Wiley says, I'm on 63rd Street in Galveston. We have power, but it's flickering. C May says, hey Ryan, what app were you using earlier when you were showing the 3D thing? That was Radar Omega. You think it's going to track more east? No, it's pretty much right on track. I think it's going to go up to the west of Houston, and it's going to continue to go up towards the Shreveport area as we go through the day. Into the day tomorrow, and then it'll go plumb on all the way up there to Ohio by Wednesday. Chris's location right now is he's in Sargent. And this is what it looks like in Surfside Beach. Yeah, Chris is not getting out of there for a while. Chris Hall is stuck in Sargent, Texas right now. There ain't no way he's getting out of there. There is, of course, a flash flood warning for this area. Sorry, I'm reading through a bunch of stuff here. Sargent Beach is about a 300-foot wide strip of land between the Intercoastal Waterway and the Gulf. He's trapped. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's definitely trapped. You know who else is trapped? Freddie McKinney. Look at this. He ain't getting, well, honestly, he's got a better chance of getting through that, I think. Freddie is currently in Brazoria, west of Lake Jackson.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to update your list on storm chasers that have been trapped places, you can add Brad and I to that list.
Brad and Caleb officially added to the list of storm chasers who are stuck. Hope they pack snacks. That's all I know how to say. I'm not even tired, y'all. Are you guys tired?
Hey Ryan, I'm gonna be shocked if this road is even still here once the water goes down. This is some raging water here. Yeah, I guess time will only tell. We got plenty of food and plenty of drinks though, so the only thing I need is a porta potty.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. You copy?
Yeah, go ahead. I just processed the porta potty bit. Gosh, man.
Hey, I was gonna let you know that I'm still waiting on those hamburgers from one of your viewers to stop by my car and like throw me a hamburger in there. If they really want to do it, tonight would be a great night if they just want to come by and throw a hamburger in my car.
Hey, if anybody else is out there stuck on Surfside Beach and you have access to a hamburger and you can go out in the hurricane and find Brad Arnold and throw said hamburger at Brad Arnold, you have permission. It'd be crazy if there's anybody out there that fits all the criteria that's watching right now. But like, I would
Hey
love
Ryan,
to see it.
you got Reed. All I'm gonna say, you got Reed.
Oh, is that Reed? Reed just really wants to, like, he really wants to try to get just a little bit swept away. Like, not completely. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so over the police scanners, we didn't get to catch the town name, but a police officer just caught a loose alligator on a road. And he was reporting that basically, he was very proud that he managed to catch an alligator on the road. So I don't know what town it was. We couldn't catch the town name, but that's kind of just a funny little thing. A police officer did catch an alligator.
Nice. So that's another thing you got to look out for if you're that person that's on Surfside Beach that's traveling now with a hamburger to go throw it at Brad Arnold. Another hazard that you might have to consider are, alligators. So, yeah, that road's definitely getting washed out there. This is the kind of situation where turn around, don't drown. You definitely want to heed that warning there. Even even if you drive this road every day, like you don't know. And even if what we're looking at here is maybe only a couple inches deep, even though I do think it's deeper than that. You don't know what's underneath it. They could have washed a 5 to 10 foot hole out, and the water just happens to be sitting a couple inches above where the road used to be. You know what I mean? And then now you're in the hole. Yep, Reed even turned around.
Hey Ryan, this water's every bit of a foot, 2+ deep, and it extends probably a quarter of a mile or longer on this road.
Yeah, we're probably going to see damaging winds pretty well inland. I would say that hurricane force wind gusts will be possible all the way up into Houston. We'll probably start seeing some of those soon. Tropical storm force wind gusts, however, will be possible. 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts will be possible all the way up into the North Cleveland and Huntsville areas. Let's say 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts up towards Palestine, Jacksonville, Tyler, Longview, that area. So it'll be a widespread damaging wind event for a lot of people in Texas here. We've already got 100,000 people without power. We'll probably see a lot more than that at some point. $147,000 people without power. Here's a look at the radar. We've been looking at that water for a while. We're going to go back to it. But this is the radar now, almost a complete central area of circulation now is overland, quite obviously. And probably the strongest part of the storm, or the heavier, like the biggest part of the storm right now, is going over where Brad and Caleb are, near Freeport and Jones Creek. And then probably some of the heaviest rain is getting ready to come into Galveston right now. And then now all of Houston is experiencing a pretty strong storm. This is not the full extent of what will be Hurricane Beryl for you guys. However, it's definitely, it's a very strong storm that's happening out there right now. Street flooding will take place soon, as the rain's going to not let up anytime soon. And then the winds will get a little bit more intense a little bit later today, or later this morning, I should say. It's about to be 6 a.m. We've been going for 8 hours. About to be 10Z. It's 4:45 Central right now. Good morning to those of you who are just now waking up. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I got an update. We get to call Andy out this time for doing a good job. So a tornado was actually kind of reported from the emergency manager that hit Jamaica Beach about 2 a.m. Central Time. Andy called this tornado out. So unfortunately, I hate to say that there was a tornado. There is house or report of a house that is damaged and power lines that are downed due to the tornado. So the emergency manager was able to determine that these were from a tornado and not the hurricane-related winds. Oh, and it was never warned.
Amazing, unbelievable. Thank you, Elijah. So the storm that we were focused on a little bit earlier with no warning, Andy brought it to our attention and continued to update us on it. Thankfully, unfortunately, did actually have a tornado with it, and we're starting to hear about that now. Yeah, and I was thinking I don't know how related this is. It's probably completely different part of the storm, but what we were just looking at there from Freddie McKinney's point of view as well looked a lot more like tornado damage than hurricane damage. You know what I'm saying? So I'd say there was probably a couple of unwarned tornadoes, if not several, in that area.
Hey, Ryan, just had a major power flash literally right beside the car. If anybody brings me a hamburger, also bring me a new pair of pants.
This is, by the way, this is what Brad Arnold is going through right now. Still, this like he's been in this. I feel like for 3 hours. His ears have got to be ringing from the sound of the rain. NWS Houston says a weather station down near Freeport has reported a wind gust of 92 miles per hour at 4:17 a.m. So that was about 30 minutes ago or so. Another station nearby also reported a 91 mile per hour wind gust. $162,000 people without power now in Texas. Michael says, I lost power in Fulshear right away. We are down, hoping for a good recovery. Winds are intense already. Thank you all. This is a strong storm. Michael, I'm glad you're okay. I hope that this continues to, I hope that you continue to be okay and keep us updated, man. And thank you for the support. Once again, the conditions are starting to very slowly but surely get a little bit better here where Brad is near Freeport. However, the really strong and intense winds that he was just, experiencing are still on their way to Liverpool, to Alvin, and to Pearland. Once again, right now in downtown Houston, we've got a pretty intense storm going on, probably some strong winds, definitely some heavy, heavy rain. But there's probably going to be some stronger wind gusts later, whenever that central area of circulation gets a little bit closer to you. All this looking at rain and talking about flooding and wind. At the same time, there's an excessive heat warning in portions of the desert Southwest and in Arizona and California. You may think, well, of course it's hot over there, but similarly to how, schools rarely close where it snows all the time, you don't always get excessive heat warnings in places where it's hot all the time. Hot temperatures with major heat risk. Whoa. Tomorrow or this afternoon, up to 115 degrees in portions of Arizona. What you're looking at here is a live look from near Freeport, Texas.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Go ahead. That's Caleb.
I just wanted to take a minute to mention how impressed I am with Texas Power. We have been down here in like 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And this is the first time ever that Brad and I both have been in a hurricane where we have had power consistently the entire time through, even with power flashes and stuff happening. So just something to note down here. Apparently it's a great spot to live if you don't want to lose power.
Lord, yeah. You've got a major, not a major, you've got a pretty stout hurricane, and you can still have power and be able to go to the Waffle House. This sounds like a great place to live if you want to be able to do those things, regardless of the circumstances. I agree. I'm scrolling through Twitter looking for stuff to, talk about. And I just saw a clip from like some coverage from the Weather Channel. And you know what we're missing here on this side of the weather coverage world? Yeah, we're missing somebody standing in the hurricane fighting for their life. Who should that be?
Ryan, don't you worry. I'll do it right now.
That I feel like that's, that we need that. You guys know what I'm talking about. Somebody standing there like, Ryan, I'm in the middle of a hurricane right now. And like, about to get knocked over. Like that's like an instrumental part of hurricane coverage, I think, that we can't just omit. And Caleb has volunteered as tribute, so I'm down. We don't have any footage of Bay City right now, but we had a lot earlier. There was a lot of chasers in Bay City.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. The water here is only getting deeper. The surge continues to rise here. May take a nap. Not 100% sure yet, but yeah, we're all safe here. Nobody needs to worry. We have a really tall bridge behind us. We just like to get a little up close and personal with the water. But yeah, we're definitely picking back up in intensity on the winds, but the surge is rising as well. So.
I think Chris should be our guy that fights for his life out in the winds. Yeah, I don't know why that cracked me up. Ryan, we've got major flooding here. The water is rising quickly. I think I may take a nap. I think I'm just deliriously tired is what it is. But that was good. Downtown Houston, you are under a flash flood warning now.
Hey Ryan, can you hear me? I'm coming through on Zoom right now. I just don't have
Yes.
a button that's working. All right, you ready for your in-rain report?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, I can't let Caleb do this by himself.
Okay, I am ready.
So, we're currently
Oh wait, we don't see
with
you.
water.
We don't see you.
I don't know if you can even hear me. Really loud out here.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Can you see me now?
I'm supposed to be looking in Zoom, right?
Yeah, look at my main camera point hurt so much. Yeah, right. I think that's just water coming right off the Gulf. They're just
Oh,
considering it
okay,
right
I see.
back north. Oh, bro.
There he
Join
is.
me at it. Go get it.
Brad and Caleb, they're doing it. This is perfect. This is exactly what we needed. Absolutely. I mean, that's all it takes. I mean, they're out there anyways. You know what I mean? Go out there. Show us why it's dangerous, Bulls. No, that was a great masterclass in hurricane reporting right there. I appreciate you guys. All you got to do is ask, man, and these guys they're going to do whatever you need them to do. So that was our attempt at mainstream news coverage. I think we nailed it. Honestly, I think we've got to keep it going a little bit. Yeah, they they made it back to their car. I think they might have ruined their microphones, but they're good. This is a full view of the hurricane as it comes onto shore here. Things are probably getting briefly a little bit quieter in some parts of Houston. However, a little bit of some of the stronger winds are moving up into your neck of the woods now in Pearland and Sugarland. And, once again, tropical storm force to hurricane force winds are going to be possible for an extended period of time here. Ryan, how long will the other half of the eye stay in the Gulf? Not much longer. I mean, relatively, it's going to take about the same amount of time as it took the first half to go through it. Everybody, a huge round of applause, huge shout out to Storm Chasers Caleb Beecham and Brad Arnold for going out there and doing the thing. They deserve a subscription on YouTube if you want to go look up their channels. Brad and Caleb, this is what they do. They chase storms. Even sometimes when I'm not here, they are. And they're just doing their thing. Oh yeah, and also a huge shout out to ISP Tech Co. ISP Tech for supplying the internet connectivity materials and equipment and services for both Brad Arnold and Caleb Beecham and the Weather House, to be honest. Like we've got those guys have really helped us out. That's how you get this quality footage in the middle of a hurricane. Michael R says, "You guys are awesome. You staying up with us this late to report is much appreciated. You guys rock." Thank you, Michael. Once again, thank you, artist. Thank you for the super chat, Jacob. Thanks for becoming a slight risker. Where do you think the storm is going to go over the next few days? I'll show you. How about that? I will show you. Oops. We'll come right on over here. We've been working on a website or app, whatever you want to call it, with our own graphics and stuff, because you guys asked for that a lot. It's nowhere near ready. Nowhere near ready, but this is one of the things that we can look at here to determine where we think Barrel's going to go. Wow, look at that, by the way. Latest satellite image. It continues to look more impressive over land than it did over water not too long ago. This thing literally exploded right as it came on to shore. Look at this. From nothing to a whole lot of something very quickly. Actually, let's look at the cone over here. So I'm going to turn on the cone of uncertainty, what I like to call it. So the storm's projected to go somewhere within that red cone over the next couple of days, specifically by the 11th. So, basically 3 days from now, it'll be somewhere over here near Detroit. So by the time it gets up here, we're going to be talking about some breezes and some heavy rain. In the interim, though, severe weather is possible. I do think tomorrow we've got that enhanced risk of severe weather down here near, what's that place called? Shreveport. Marginal risk goes all the way up to southern portions of Illinois. And then I don't know if we've got a new day 2 yet. Yeah, marginal risk over here in Kentucky and a little bit of New England as well. So severe weather, some rain, and a couple breezes possible up there in Ohio as a result of this. It's 6. You can tell it's 6 a.m. We're getting a lot of good mornings in the chat. A lot of, "You're still streaming?" and "You look tired." Welcome, y'all. We've been here all night watching, honestly, a pretty intense storm. Look at that explosion. We're up to 250,000 people without power now in Texas. the vast majority of those, of course, right around the hardest hit areas near landfall. It looks like a lot of the wind and a lot of the wind driven problems were actually on the western side of the eye with this particular storm.
A new
Now,
tornado
don't get me
warning
wrong,
has been
lots
issued.
of problems with wind on the eastern side as well, but I think we got a little bit more of a broad or widespread coverage of at least, you know, measurable and reportable kind of winds on the western side. And we got a tornado warning in Houston. I failed it. I failed it coming. And once again, a pretty, you know, an area of rotation here several minutes ago has prompted a tornado warning for Highland Heights, Hawthorne Place, and places south and west of Scenic Woods and north and east of Hunters Creek Village is now under a tornado warning. The specific area of rotation that prompted the warning is still with us, and it's about right here near the intersection between Interstate 610 and 69. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, unfortunately, that actually did damage too. There was a consistent debris signature that went unwarned for at least 6 minutes or so, and it has since dissipated, it has since lifted after this warning was issued. It is already done doing damage per what we can see on radar. Unfortunately, that was it was literally 2 pixels wide when it started doing damage, and that is why I did not actually see it, because the radar presentation is super messy over the metro. So that was probably one of the most difficult tornadoes to find and like scout or sniff out there. But once it was already doing damage, relaying that messaging is a little bit less effective since it's already impacted some structures. So I aim to do this before, before that happens. And sometimes finding those 2 pixels in the mess of all these, garbled velocity data and all of these missing values, there's a bunch of blank spots here, is a really difficult job. So hopefully nobody was seriously impacted by that, and hopefully nothing else comes out of this warning area. But I can say that what prompted the warning and what did do damage is already done.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. You can see here, the structure of the storm that allowed for a tornado to happen. That's still intact, and there's other storms out there that will have that same structure. So everybody, we've been talking a lot about this today. Like everybody in this corridor right in here needs to understand that even if the tornado sirens don't go off, even if you're not under a tornado warning, a tornado is possible in any of these storms this evening. So, or I'm sorry, this morning. So yeah, tornado warning in Houston. The original area of rotation that prompted the warning is really no longer with us. However, the storm is still there. It could rotate again, so take shelter in Hardy Heights and Highland Heights up here on the northern side of Houston, Texas. All right, I'm turning the cone off. Excuse me. Is it a tropical storm? No, it's still, technically it's still a Category 1 hurricane right now. Still producing hurricane force winds, certainly near Granado, probably also near West Columbia. It will very quickly reduce in overall strength as it approaches Houston.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. Honestly, I think we're pushing some. I think the backside of this may be trying to get stronger than the first leading bands, because right now we're pushing. I'd say we've pushed it probably 100-mile-an-hour gust at least on this backside so far.
That's Chris. And what he's talking about is, of course, this part of the storm has went through, and we've still got the other side to go through, as the storm is continuing here. So Bay City, Lake Jackson, it's not over for y'all. You've got another round to go. And I would agree, just from based off of the reports that we've seen so many on this backside here that it wouldn't surprise me at all if there were some stronger winds embedded in this part of the storm as it comes up into the coastal areas near El Campo, Bay City, of course, Palacios, and West Columbia again. So, yeah, don't let your guard down just because things have calmed down for a little bit. Uh, is there an AI summary of a live updating AI summary of the live stream somewhere? Apparently, it said viewers are reacting with amusement, amazement, and disbelief to two storm chasers wrestling a flooded street while reporting Hurricane Ian. Close, but not quite. Almost had it. Yeah. Chat summary. Okay. Viewers are discussing tornado warnings and severe weather conditions across the various cities in Texas. They are sharing updates on wind speeds, rain, and power outages. I swear people like all these companies are just really trying really hard to just figure out how they're going to use AI, man. Like what even is the point of that? Salah says, here it's raining like crazy and the wind is insane. I'm in Rosharon. I can't sleep. Yep, things are going to continue to be pretty crazy there for quite some time. So get ready for that. Things are going to continue to get a little bit more crazier. If you're in downtown Houston, Galveston, I swear, I think you guys really got to buckle in for several rounds of strong wind and extremely heavy rain. I'm concerned about the flooding over there in Galveston.
Hey, Ryan, for sure, the backside is definitely stronger on this one as well. Definitely stronger on this one. My goodness gracious.
All right, let's buckle in for round 2 in our areas that are being hit by the eye walls of the storm. Bryce Shelton's got a pretty good view here of the winds as they're coming in. And of course, so does Chris Hall. Zeed or Zippadee-doo-dah. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. And congrats to the people who got the free memberships. Sorry. If you're just now tuning in, this is our wall of storm chasers out there sampling the hurricane, the inside of Hurricane Beryl for us. The initial landfall was pretty intense, and now things are picking back up again here along the coastal areas. Things are picking up for the first time really for a lot of you guys out here up towards Tomball, Spring, Kingwood, over towards Liberty and Beaumont in portions of Texas. Things are going to continue to get more intense as time goes on, but I don't think that you guys have as much to worry about as far as the sustained winds go. Some gusts and some really heavy rain are going to be the big problems over here. I'm very concerned about flash flooding. Also, we got to watch the tornado threat today. Especially in places like Shreveport a little bit later. Oh. Life. Thank you for that. Kinsey, we do. We do. I bought a team one for myself because I use it that much. But you can have one of the slots. By the way, y'all, if you want to follow our y'all squad pages, this is a great time to do that. Y'all squad on Facebook and Twitter. There's going to be info going up over the next couple of hours about post-hurricane safety. So go follow those accounts. A lot of you probably didn't even know that those existed, but the Y'all Squad, our official 501c3 nonprofit organization, has its own Facebook and Twitter account and YouTube accounts that you should go follow them. Chafe, thank you. Joshua K, thanks for becoming a member. That's something that we haven't done in a while, mostly because we've had everything torn apart and we've taken a couple different turns of taking vacations and breaks and stuff here. Our one opportunity a year to do that. But we're going to get back into the members only live streams here. We're going to do a state of the y'all really soon. And we've got all kinds of stuff to talk about. I just haven't had the time to put it together. There's so many things that I've underestimated the amount of time that it would take, as always, to do some of the upgrades that we've been doing. So we'll get to it. 'em. Karen says, is the eye supposed to be calm? Lake Jackson is definitely not calm. Well, Lake Jackson, you're not in the eye. For those of you who don't know, this storm doesn't have like a really well-defined eye, but it is, the eye of the storm's technically right in here. Now, Lake Jackson, if you're looking at radar or something, it might look like you're pretty close to the eye, but that's actually the most intense part of the storm, right next to the eye, usually. So right in here, theoretically, in the shaded area is where some of the stronger winds may be occurring in the storm. So Lake Jackson, you're not in the calm part of the storm yet. And in fact, you might not get to be in that part of the storm. Yeah, that other side's going to wrap right around on you. $320,000 people without power now in Texas. When is the worst expected to be over in Sugarland? It's going to be a while. It's going to be a while. The winds are going to continue to be sustained at where they are right now, and maybe even increase a little bit over the next couple of hours. The rains are going to continue to get more intense. You might get a brief period of decreased activity for a little bit, but then another round's going to come through that'll be more brief. But you've got a while to go before it's completely done with you in Sugarland. Probably late this afternoon, to 2-3 p.m., something like that. The worst of it will definitely be over by noon, I think. I think so. League City is crazy, and we still have some power left. Who knows for how long? Some real strong winds are definitely moving into the League City area right now. Stronger winds are on the way. I think probably not like not a lot stronger than what you're experiencing right now, but certainly stronger winds are on the way. And also, League City, you're one of the places that I am quite concerned with flash flooding. So get ready. The rain is not going to stop anytime soon there. We've also got a camera right here in League City in the Dixon, Texas area, showing us the extent of that heavy rainfall. Do we got a rain gauge on this bad boy? Wow, we've got everything except a rain gauge. Unless I'm missing it. Am I looking in the wrong place? Nope. Sweet. Definitely a lot of rain that will fall in there. Tim, let's see here. I woke up about 20 minutes ago here in Clear Lake, Texas, in the Houston area. Power is gone, and we're getting battered by severe wind and rain. No major flooding yet. Thankfully, our home has a backup.
Hey Ryan, hey, it's Brad. Hey, I just want to let you know I just got back to my hotel. I'm gonna grab a couple hours of sleep, and then I'll be back on the road in the morning to cover it. I was getting pretty tired, so stopped to get a little bit of sleep, and I'll be back at it tomorrow morning.
Sounds good. Thank you, Brad.
Not tomorrow morning, this morning. My days are almost
I was
up.
getting ready to say it is tomorrow morning. Thank you, Brad. You can go get some sleep. You did an amazing job today doing in the hurricane reporting. That was awesome. Somebody, William S. just said, "How's cell phone coverage?" I don't think I understand the question. But if you're asking, how do they have cell phone coverage? A lot of them don't. And specifically, the way that we're seeing Brad Arnold and Caleb Beecham's feeds right now is through a combination of Starlink satellite connectivity, AT&T and Verizon, all bonded together with an ISP Techco setup Peplink router. It's a wonderful thing. It's a beautiful invention, and you can pretty much have whatever kind of internet connectivity you could possibly need. You can have it anywhere on Earth, even like if you're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. 1,000 miles away from land in all directions. So, and the reason I know that is because there's a guy right now in the middle of the Pacific Ocean who's using the same kind of setup to upload TikTok videos. I'm sure some of you guys have seen him. Yeah, the winds are definitely just as intense, if not more intense, on the backside of this thing. Will this affect the East Coast? Yeah, marginally. It'll affect the East Coast. And we'll talk about that in a video that I do over the next couple of days, but it's not going to be anything. Honestly, it's not going to be anything incredibly noteworthy. And that's not always the case, right? With hurricanes, Hurricane Ian comes to mind. A couple of other hurricanes come to mind for their big time impacts that they had farther downstream. This one doesn't look to be as detrimental. Wind is really picking up out here where our guys are near Lake Jackson. This looks similar to what we were looking at when the storm first came in. Not a Cat 2 is officially Category 1 at landfall. Yeah, a lot of people right now are experiencing very, very strong winds. And you can tell by looking at the chat. This is going to continue to be the case in and around Houston for the next little bit. The strongest winds right now, though, I do think are still occurring down here between Edna, Palacios, and Lake Jackson, kind of on the back side of this. Our eye wall here. Palacios. Okay. What's going on with storm surge? I mean, it's happening. You can see it very clearly on some of our storm chaser cameras. That water that you see there and Bryce Shelton's feed shouldn't be there. Same thing for this water on Chris's feed. Same thing for this water on Brian M. Finger's feed. And this is Brett Adair's view. That looks pretty deep. Is the storm surge likely to affect League City? Not in any overly significant way. I don't want to rule out everything. You're pretty close to the, the Clifton Beach, San Leon area. There could be some impacts over there as a result of the 4 to 6 foot storm surge. However, it's not going to be anything, unprecedented or anything like that. Look at the tree limbs and debris here on Bob Pax. Feed. At the same time, winds continue to look like they are increasing here near Freeport, Texas, where Brett is. Believe it or not, I do think, if my sources are correct, the person behind the camera in this shot is currently taking a nap. That's nuts. Or trying to. Flash flood warning for the Houston area.
Ryan, unfortunately, I cannot nap. I don't know if you can hear it in the background. I'm going to be silent for like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
We have winds sustained of at least 70 to 80 plus. We've had gusts well over 100 again. So, no, I haven't taken a nap yet, and I really need that porta potty.
The flash flood warning over here for Houston has been upgraded to considerable flash flood warning. Considerable damage is possible. League City, Sugarland, Houston, all the big areas around Houston are included in this. Between 3 to 6 inches of rain have fallen. An additional 2 to 4 inches are possible in the warned area. I think an additional, 3 to 6, honestly, is possible in some places. And I can see the light from the sun peeking through the windows here at the weather house. It's currently 6:50 a.m. Eastern, 5:50 Central, 10:50 Z. We've been going now for 9 hours almost. And honestly, I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm not even tired. Yeah, Bryce and Chris both are in. Honestly, equally as impressive looking stuff as they were earlier. Actually, this is probably a little bit worse. This is Bryce Shelton's current view from just to the south and east of the Bay City, Texas area. More specifically, Lake Jackson. No tornado warnings right now. Not even a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. Let's go check out the cyclone port over here in Dixon. Winds are really starting to pick up over here. We've got a 65-mile-per-hour gust in the past 5 minutes. Winds are pretty much sustained around 40. And that's going to be the case. I think that's what's coming for Houston. We're going to get a pretty prolonged period of that, like 60, 70-mile-per-hour winds. The lowest that they get to will be, 30, 40 mile per hour. And that's going to be pretty intense over there in Houston. So get ready for that. Not quite as intense as this, but not too far off. What you're looking at here is some incredibly strong winds coming into the Lake Jackson area. These are coming into the what was that, Angelton and Holiday Lakes areas as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, still here. I believe that there is something worthy of a tornado warning. Give me 1 second while I find it here. Okay. 6 in the morning here. It is just south of Santa Fe, which is due south of the Houston radar in Texas here. This little area, due south of Alta Loma, if you zoom in, is it's kind of quite conspicuous. You can barely see it, but it does have really robust upper level support, which is a little less commonly seen in these tropical tornado setups here. So I see some pretty intense rotation aloft. If you're able to go up and tilt to the radar, you'll definitely see it back of frame there. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is warned, especially as it gets really close to the radar. Might get a little too close to see that rotation well, unless it starts to tornado. And we always want to get information out before that happens.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're watching this area near League City for multiple reasons. We've got obviously the flash flooding problem. We've got the strong winds coming in, and now we've got also an embedded tornado threat on top of all of that stuff, specifically between Santa Fe, Alvin, Hillcrest, over towards the West Ranch area. You guys should be on high. Just be paying attention as this could be something that you should take shelter for. If you want to go ahead and do that, that might be a smart thing to do. Y'all watch out. We're now up to 400,000 people without power in Texas. Lots of people talking about their buildings shaking in and around Houston. Same thing as with a tornado or a strong, damaging thunderstorm. You don't want to be near windows during a situation like this. Hold on a second, y'all. Yeah, we'll go back to the radar here real quick for anybody who's just now waking up and wants a full kind of overview, I guess, of what's going on here. This is our Hurricane Beryl, who that is still a hurricane as per the storm or National Hurricane Center. It's slowly but surely churning up towards Houston. It's still a little bit on the right side of the projected track. We've got flash flooding happening in and around Houston. That's going to be probably the main problem. And then on top of that, we've got still right now strong, damaging winds happening all up and down, several different areas here. So this is going to continue to be a problem. We're going to see tropical storm force, high-end tropical storm force winds past Houston all the way up towards Jacksonville, Texas today. Tornado threat develops a little while later today, whenever this part of the storm is over land. We do expect for there to be several opportunities for there to be tornadoes. There's a 10% probability of tornadoes today in Shreveport, Louisiana. And then, there's a moderate risk of excessive rainfall from Houston all the way up into the Boot Heel of Missouri. So lots of things happening today, but the worst of the storm, as far as the hurricane goes, that is over. The core of the storm, the entire thing pretty much is over land now, and we're going to see it slowly but surely lose steam as the day goes on. We expect it to be by 2 p.m. today. We expect it to be a 65 mile per hour tropical storm. By 2 a.m., we expect it to be a 40 mile per hour tropical storm. So you can see how quickly things are going to kind of skedaddle. Let's see here. What is that all over the road there? That rocks on Brian and Finger's feed?
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. It's starting to get somewhat daylight here. So once the sun fully comes up here, you're probably going to see a complete different story here. Yeah, we're still getting gusts well near 100 miles an hour. Car in front of us is completely flooded. This is the same trailer we talked about earlier with somebody inside. It's still intact, it looks like, but still getting some very, very destructive, well above hurricane force winds here. Water just keeps on rising.
So there you go. Sun's coming up over there. And we're probably going to see some damage, honestly, more than probably what I was expecting when we first started the stream. So unfortunately, we will be dealing with that. But also, this was, I do think, given the circumstances and the fact that Hurricane Beryl was a record-breaking storm and had such unbelievable dynamics at one point, we kind of lucked out having it only be a Category 1 at landfall. I got a lot of people telling me that I look tired right now. I don't know what you guys, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Don't have any hamburger patties on lock right now. What I do have is the ability to stand. That'll do it. If you are just now tuning in, good morning to you. We've been here all night and we've been tracking Hurricane Beryl, and we're still doing that. It's still happening. But I'm hoping that we're getting to a point here soon where things are going to maybe start calming down just a little bit. We're not there yet. Try my best to keep up with chat. I've got it in a smaller window today. So what I'm going to do real quick is, for the first time in 9 hours, I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Mic's open if anybody wants.
Thanks for sticking with us, y'all. We greatly appreciate you. Just want to let you know I'm not seeing anything of particular interest in the near term to call out on the radar, which is what I'm still scanning here. My eyes are starting to hurt, but our primary tornado threat will ramp up later today in those outlined areas by the SPC, kind of focused around Shreveport, Louisiana, and areas north and south of that, north and south of I-20. So those areas will be the focus of some tropical tornadoes later today. Once Beryl is downgraded to a tropical storm and possibly even a depression by the time it's up there, meaning that the major focus or foci will be on the flooding and any extraneous severe weather impacts from the outer bands that continue to swirl around the low pressure system. So that's what we're watching later on today, although we may not be on for that because we may be absolutely exhausted and fast asleep while a lot of the tornado activity is going on.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, we may not may not be able to be here for the tornado event. And once again, it's going to be a certainly it's going to be an event. I definitely think we're going to see some tornadoes today, but it's not like the typical kind of setup that would spark a live stream anyways. You know what I mean? So there's that. I do want to show you all some weather models just to give you an idea of what this might look like as we go through the day today and into tomorrow. Just give me a moment. Okay. So this is what the radar looks like essentially right now, right? 7 a.m. Eastern. We've got Hurricane Beryl, fully on land. And we've got a couple of, areas of storms in New Mexico and Oklahoma. This is a simulation of what the radar could look like as we go through the rest of the day. It's not completely accurate, but it gives us an idea. Let's skip over to 1 p.m. where we still think that we're going to be seeing some pretty heavy rain in Houston and maybe even over there towards Beaumont. And maybe even Galveston to an extent. So by 1 or 2 p.m. today, it's still going to be raining heavily in a lot of these places. So keep that in mind if you're already seeing flooding. Also, strong winds possible on the backside, maybe even back there towards places like Sugarland and Mongolia. The rain becomes more of a problem up in northeastern portions of Texas and places like Longview and Tyler, and some of the winds too, as we go into 8 p.m. tonight. And this is also around the time when our tornado threat is likely going to be maximized for the most part. We're going to have several areas of storms that are capable of producing tornadoes in and around the border between Texas and Louisiana. And those are going to persist potentially all the way into the early morning hours on Tuesday, where they will fizzle out. And then as we go late in the day on Tuesday, some more storms might try to pop up on the southern side of the circulation that was Beryl. But this is mostly just going to be a big rain shield that comes up through here and causes some problems. Once again, in Illinois, Indiana, up into Michigan, where we've been dealing with a lot of rain, and some of these places you might end up dealing with some flooding as well. So that's the full progression of what Hurricane Beryl is supposed to look like, at least for the next 48 hours. Did I say Mongolia? I'm sorry, I'm tired. Yeah. Look at that big spinning disc. Still pretty impressive on radar, the overall presentation. Galveston is getting hammered right now by some really heavy rain and obviously some strong winds as well. The winds pretty much everywhere else are still a problem, but they're calming down, I think, compared to what we were seeing earlier. Brett Adair still got some really strong gusts there, but you can tell that the picture is a little clearer down here where we've got Chris and Bryce. John says, I'm on Galveston Island, West Beach. Power's been out for a couple of hours, and it's been off and on several dozen times. Yeah, half a million people without power now, maybe even more than that. The numbers are a little all over the place in Texas. Honestly, not as bad as it could be, but that's still a lot of people currently without power. Texas usually does a pretty good job of, usually does a good job of getting that back on. So hopefully this isn't a problem that we have to deal with too long. But yeah, I also think that number is going to continue to go up, especially in Houston and areas to the east of Houston. I think we're going to see and anybody who still has power in Houston and due south. I think that we're going to deal with some more power outages down there as well. I'm just going to do this. Where Brett Adair is right now actually looks a little bit more intense. Treasure Island. things are going to start calming down even there at some point. But right now, it's lots of storm surge. Winds are increasing. League City, I think we've got a little bit of a break going on here. But still, within the last 5 minutes, we had a 67.5 mile per hour wind gust. So things are still happening up there in the League City area. I know we got a lot of people watching in Houston. So, keep, keep letting us know how the conditions are. It's been really useful, actually, just to glance over at chat and see, how many places are without power and who's dealing with what. We do have Freddie McKinney in Houston. Looks like he's in close to the downtown area right now. So, and he's down right here. So. Deformed says, I just lost power in Northwest Houston. If you haven't lost power yet and you are in this area, you probably will. Really strong winds on the backside of this too. So if for whatever reason you're in any of these areas, you probably will. Maybe not for a very long time, but certainly for a period of time, you will. Boom, 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 boom. Center Point Energy. We've been all hands on deck through the night as Hurricane Beryl made landfall with sustained winds of 80 miles per hour, bringing the threat of flash flooding. Yeah, so they're on it. So Center Point Energy is almost as on top of this, almost as Waffle House. I think if you compared war rooms, Waffle House would be on top. 850,000 people without power now in Texas. Oh, my program crashed. Honestly, I'm super proud of it. It did a very good job. 9 hours and 27 minutes of 12 constant 1080p parsing of live streams. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, I can do the 3D thing again. I'll pull that up while I restart the camera system. Yep. So this is this is what barrel looks like right now. I don't think we can. Oh yeah, we can load more frames. Let me show you the kind of explosion that we went through here. So, oh, I'm gonna load even more frames. 1 second. Okay, so this was late last night. You know, big rotating system out there in the Gulf. We knew about it. We knew what was up. But look, watch what happens with it as it approaches the U.S. The coast of Texas here. Big time explosion, rapid intensification was well underway. It was trying to happen there. This is exactly what a hurricane looks like. That very quickly goes from a tropical storm to a Category 3 or Category 5, whatever it is. But thankfully, the coast of Texas was there to stop it. Honestly, like if this would have had maybe, I mean, if this would have had 6 more hours over water, it would have been crazy. If this would have had a day, an additional day over water, it would have been a devastating situation for whoever ended up in the path of it. Yeah, that 86-degree water right near the coast really played a role in that. That's for sure. Yeah, it's done growing now. You can already see that in this loop if you pay close attention. Notice how the explosion happens, right? You've got all this bubbling up. You see the blacks and the whites and the pinks here representing very tall clouds, very cool clouds at the top. And basically, what happens here is it kind of all bubbles over, and then as soon as the core of that storm loses its connection with the warm ocean waters, the bubbling up just kind of comes to a simmer and flattens out. Look at that. So we're already seeing much warmer and lower and flatter tops to the storm here. So things are just smoothing out. Things are calming down. Now it's not, doesn't mean it's a weak storm at all by any means right now, but it's certainly not strengthening in the same way that it was. What's the projected path after landfall? We've shown it a couple times. This is the projected track or the cone. It could go anywhere in there. Honestly, it's probably going to end up around Detroit in a couple of days, and along its path, it's going to drop some rain. on the northern side and some storms on the southern side. The most concerning time frame for the storm side of this is going to be today, much later today, in Louisiana and eastern portions of Texas, where we will have a tornado threat. National Weather Service in Houston said an elevated weather station near the Houston metro, located at an elevation of 226 feet, so fairly high up, has gusted up to 81 miles per hour at 6:15 a.m. Anyone in a high rise in the metro, please don't go out in your balconies and stay away from windows. How many chasers are still out there? Not as many. A lot of them have went to bed. You see our program here. Let me show you. If I can figure out which button to push. You see on the control bar on the left, you see all those red lines. Those are chasers that are asleep.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Caleb's not asleep.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, I just wanted to give you a quick update. I am going through the western side of Houston right now, kind of working my way back north as I kind of start to head back towards home. And I'm starting to see communities that already have a pretty substantial amount of water in them. And we are just in the beginning of this rainfall. Obviously, we're going to see rainfall pretty much throughout the day. The winds are still pretty significant here. Most people are driving about 30 to 40 down the interstate right now. So I would still recommend that if you have anywhere to travel today, just don't. It's not worth it. Most places aren't going to be open anyways. From what I've seen, pretty much every single exit has no power. So.
All right. Thank you, Caleb, in Hall Force 1 out there for the update. What is the traveling speed of the hurricane, I guess you're saying? Right now, it's probably like 10, 15 miles per hour, but it's going to speed up. The farther north it gets, the faster it's going to go. Snapback says, is this a Cat 1? It feels like a Cat 2, to be honest. That's what we've all been saying. But no, by every metric of, unless everybody's measurements are off, the National Weather Service, personal weather stations, the dropsondes from our hurricane reconnaissance crew, unless everything is just wrong today, it was category 1. It just looked and seemed like it was worse, I guess. And honestly, I think one of the big things is because the storm was so explosive, because you saw the clouds like right as the storm's coming onto land, we saw like a huge expansion in the storm. I think we saw a lot of gusts. We saw a lot of really high wind gusts that maybe were shorter lived, and that maybe they were more frequent than what we would normally see in a Category 1 hurricane, and that kind of led to the it definitely, I think, will look, even the aftermath and some of these shots that our storm chasers are sending, it looks like a little bit more damage was done than what you would typically assume would happen from a Category 1. But yeah, this is one of the things that we've been working on. I'm excited to show you some of the other things as well. But this software here, believe it or not, there's not another software that exists where you can concurrently play 12 live streams uniquely, parsing them all, on your own, um, from RTMP links, concurrently at 60 frames per second at a good frame rate without using like a huge amount of your CPU. So we had to make it ourselves, and that's what this is. And it's also got a built-in database of hundreds of live cameras from around the United States, and of course, all of our storm chasers are in there. And once we get this fully implemented, our producer back there, all they'll have to do is, um, let's say there was a tornado warning. Well, there's not right now, but you can click on this flash flood warning, for example, and you hit set target location, and it sets the target location to the centroid of the warning polygon. And then it just looks at all of the available cameras, including the storm chasers, and it says whose latitude and longitudinal location is closest to that polygon centroid, and it puts it in order for us, as who's closest and who's farthest away. For example, that flash flood warning there, for Houston, Freddie McKinney is 18.69 miles away from the centroid of the polygon for that warning. So if that was a tornado warning, for example, it'd be very helpful to know exactly who's closest, and not necessarily who. A lot of times we know where our storm chasers are, but there might be a Radar Omega camera or a virtual rail fans camera, or we're working with states to try to get highway traffic cameras in here. It might be stuff like that that you'd never think of that's real close, and now with a click of a button, it all kind of organizes for us based off of the warning. And then from there, if you've got an empty slot, you just drag and drop, and then it plays. And then you guys aren't going to see this in the future. It'll just pop up on my screen, and it'll look all professional and normal. It's not going to look like the back end software like this is supposed to be right here. Yeah. The Houston area is getting pretty rocked right now by some strong winds and some heavy rain. Any tornadoes? Not right now. They are possible, and we did have some overnight, but yeah, not right now. We don't have any tornadoes going on right now. Jesse James says this is the most impressive Category 1 I've ever seen. It's up there. That's for sure. I mean, a lot of these images, like I said earlier, they could have come from something bigger than a category 1. I'm running out of words in my word bank. I've only got 100,000 words a day. We're reaching our token limit. We are now over 1 million, over 1 million people without power in Texas, unfortunately. Hoko says, is there a way to let you know of camera systems that you don't have listed? And in other words, can we crowdsource cameras for you? Yeah, we need to make that. We need to really streamline that process, because I think that, with our audience, we can really get like a huge database of cameras, and we don't want to put anything in here that we don't have expressed permission to use, obviously. So we'll put together something, an email address, a website that you can go to. So we're already kind of working on that, where you can submit stuff like that if you want to help. Storm still very impressive, by all means, especially down here near Lake Jackson. This place has just been getting pummeled. This house here, Chris and them have been near it all evening, and that's going to need some major work. And I'm sure there's plenty of other houses up and down that road there near Sunset Beach that are going to be a work in progress for some time. How much longer are you looking to do coverage? I don't really know. It is 7:49 a.m. 6:49 Central, where most of you guys are, getting close to 12Z. We've been going for 10 hours. We've been live streaming for 10 hours, so that we started, about 8 p.m.? I don't know. We started something like 8 or 9 p.m. last night. So we will definitely be wrapping it up soon. But we've got a little gas left in the tank. I do, anyways. I don't know about you guys. And honestly, nothing is nothing's really calming down. The thing that's happening right now, though, is like the same thing that's been happening for the past 3 hours is like happening. You know what I mean? There's not a lot other than like it is still doing the thing in Houston. And it's going to continue to do that thing for a while. Same thing for Pasadena, League City, Galveston. AG says, "Man, the backside of this storm is packing a punch." Yeah, that's what we're noticing down here near Angelton, West Columbia, Lake Jackson, Brazoria, over towards Danbury, in Treasure Island. All these places we've got a storm chaser or two, and honestly, it seems a little bit more intense on the backside. The wind speeds are, gusting around the same. But it looks like we've got a little bit more storm surge, inundation, and some heavier rain to go along with that on the backside here. So keep that in mind, even farther downstream, like whenever the backside of the storm comes through places farther inland, it might be a repeat or a brief increase in activity from what we were seeing on the front side. Not a lot of tornadic stuff to talk about right now, but that's going to increase as the day goes on. Once again, we do have a enhanced risk of severe weather today. I'll show you that too. Again. Right there it is. Once again, enhanced risk of severe weather for about 381,000 people near Shreveport, Louisiana. Probably a little bit more than that, actually, if you include the entire population of Shreveport. Slight risk for Houston, Pasadena, Pearland, and League, Texas. Marginal risk for Memphis and Plano. The enhanced risk there is driven by if you look at the top of the 3 bars under where it says enhanced risk, it's driven, the enhanced risk is driven by a 10% probability of seeing a tornado in Louisiana, Arkansas, and Texas. There within 25 miles of a given point inside of that little orange area. 5% wind, 5% hail. The hail threat's way over there in western Texas, southwest Texas. The hail threat's pretty minimal in the hurricane part of the storm. So that's your risk for today, the day one outlook. Marginal risk tomorrow in the Ohio Valley. 2% tornado, 5% wind, 5% hail. Pear like the fruit? Okay. Yeah, Brett Adair, quite a bit of damage showing up on some of the roads that he's been traveling. Chris, I believe, Chris, Bryce, and Brian are all kind of stuck on the same little area. the good news is, if we zoom out a little bit and take a look at the tropics as a whole, there's a whole lot of nothing out there. So that's good. It's good, and it's also, well, honestly, it's just good. We'll just take the good with the good. This is likely not going to be the case in a couple weeks to a month. Once again, the Hurricane Beryl being the first category, or the earliest Category 5 we've ever had. Also, being such a rapidly intensifying storm, is a I guess an indicator of the conditions that might be available for future storms. So hopefully things stay quiet for quite some time, because if a storm gets going, it's not going to take much to light it up like Beryl, did multiple times during its life. Yeah, there's a million people, over a million people now without power in Texas, and most of that's coming from around the Houston area. More power outages will happen. They just issued not too long ago a new flash flood warning that goes beyond Houston up towards the Woodlands, up towards Liberty. It's still a Category 1 officially. Yeah, some of the we might get an update here soon, noting that it's no longer a hurricane, but that also could wait. It could be a couple hours before that happens. So um, it I do think it's still producing hurricane-like winds. You probably can attest to that if you're in West Columbia, Lockridge, Fairchilds, all the way down there towards Brazoria, Angelton. All these places are still experiencing what most would call a hurricane. Now, by the time the strongest part of the storm is parallel, or at the same level with Houston, it'll probably be a tropical storm at that point, but a strong one, a very strong one. There's so many comments of, I fell asleep and you were on. I woke up and you're here. Yeah, this is, whenever the hurricanes hit in the middle of the night sometimes. The last one we did, Adalia, I don't think it was this early. I think the other one that was kind of early was Ian. But like I think we started the stream at like 4 a.m. or something. It wasn't even. This is our first real true like sunset to sunrise kind of overnight live stream. It's always been like, okay, we'll start at 2 p.m. and end at 2 a.m. or we'll start at 4 a.m. and end at 4 p.m. or whatever it is, So we are officially over 10 hours now streaming. So I think we'll probably end up wrapping it up here soon. Yeah, the 10% tornado probability, the thing today is it really doesn't kick in until several hours from now. Now that doesn't mean that there's not a tornado threat there. I do think that we're going to have isolated tornadoes and probably a good list of warnings from now until 4 or 5 p.m. But around 4 or 5 p.m. Is when the tornado threat ramps up a little bit up there towards Shreveport. But yeah, my plan is to go get some rest, and then get back to work on trying to fix this setup before we need to go live again. I'm excited to show you some of the stuff that we're working on. We put a lot of work into it, and it's just going to make us better and more reliable and able to be here more often. And I don't know, just it's going to make things a lot easier and better. And you guys have been so supportive that we just can. So we're doing everything we can to become not like a TV studio, but a whatever this is. You know what I mean? We're the best at whatever it is that we're doing here, and it's because of you guys and your support and how you allow us to constantly reinvest in what we do. So thank you for doing that, and we're going to be here for you for a long time. And I'll see you, if not in a live stream, then in a video in a couple of days. So yeah, so make sure you hit the subscribe button. Huge shout out to Andy and Elijah and everybody else and all the storm chasers who helped today. It's been a long night, and we'll talk to you very soon. Follow us on Twitter. Goodbye.